you guys voted, and here's the results of that poll. You wanted a Destiny 2, you wanted this Destiny 2 TWAB overview, and this is legitimately the video. This is going over legitimately every single Dev Insight article or TWAB that they have released in the last 2 weeks. This is going to be a very long video. I seriously hope you guys enjoy, and without further ado, let's get on to the video. Because it's a long one. Grab your snacks, grab just any food, and let's get into this. Alrighty. Hello, everybody. Hello. You can see that I am playing Power World underneath this, but that's not what's important today. We have a lot to go over in today's video. I'm just doing this as just a real quick reminder video for mostly everyone. I don't really care if this is gonna get likes or anything, so like and subscribe at your own risk. But this is gonna be a bit of a bonus video. This wasn't a video that was intended to be up, but regardless, we have a lot to cover and not a ton of time to do it, as it is Sunday and this update comes out on Tuesday, or whatever day you're watching this. Regardless, let's just dive into it. Welcome to our first Dev Insights article, prepping the release of the Monument of Triumph. We have quite a bit to get through over the next few weeks. Yada yada, all this stuff. We're gonna just go over mostly the hits of everything in these articles. Obviously, we'll be covering everything. Well, at least I'll be covering everything. A lot of T2 leaders have probably done this, but this video is just to serve as a reminder for everyone what's coming up in the next couple of days. Anyways, with the release of Monument of Triumph, we are putting the director back at the center of your gameplay. It's your guide to the Destiny universe and your place to plan adventures and creates a feeling of wonder we all love. You'll see the soul system before you, ready to be explored. To bring the director up to date, we've added the Kepler and the Lost Frontier to the space as well. Destination and patrol updates. Basically, this whole thing is that they're revitalizing old pre-Edge of Fate destinations with new weapons, new perks, tiered weapons for non-crafted weapons, and set bonuses that fit the lore for the stories. And then the destinations that have crafted weapons will be getting additional perks per column to pull them out to the modern sandbox, basically. And then there's obviously distortions. There's distortions which we'll cover later. Primarily be able to earn all the new refreshed destination loot through public events. Base completion will grant tier 3 rewards, and heroic will grant tier 4, with each drop having a chance to upgrade all the way to tier 5. Similarly to how it works in like the current dungeon, I believe, Equilibrium. How all the gear has a chance to upgrade from tier 3 to tier 4 and tier 4 to tier 5. It does always have that chance. Granted, I have never seen it upgrade to tier 5 before, but I have seen others getting tier 5 loot from it before, which is, yeah. But regardless, during a distortion, these rewards will be upgraded one tier to match their additional challenge, i.e. base completion will grant tier 4s and heroic will grant tier 5s. Unique destinations like destination activities like Blind Well, Altos and Sorrow, or Terminal Overload will distribute tiered rewards. Full details in the patch notes, which we will not get, and I will not be covering, unfortunately, because the patch notes are coming out the day of the update. I will probably cover them on stream, but I won't be covering them in this video, unfortunately. So you'll probably have to either watch a follow-up video, which will probably be on. You'll have to watch the follow-up video, which will be uploaded on Wednesday with my first reactions and everything. So that's probably not. Probably at the time if you're watching this initially, like on the day it's uploaded or the day after, it's probably not gonna be linked in the description. But if you're watching it if you're watching it like Tuesday. If you're watching it like on Wednesday or something, it's probably it'll probably be in the description or in the play card or something. It'll be somewhere. That's all I know. Anyways, Cosmodrome, they're redoing this first. Origin trait eyes out. This weapon grants reload speed, range, increased damage against opponents for a short time when combat begins. Final blows extend and enhance this bonus. Seraphic arsenal. Basically, the entirety of the 7 Seraph weapons are being added. I don't know if you guys. I don't know if there might be a picture of it on screen because I'm not sure myself. But these 7 Seraph weapons from the dungeon, the hand cannon and the carbine, are both being added to this. I believe there's a picture on Twitter. I probably grabbed it. There's a picture on Twitter that you'll probably see right now though. And it does it sort of confirms my theory on this, but I'm not entirely sure. We'll just have to see. We'll just have to get in game and see for sure. I'm gonna let you guys look at these perks. I'm gonna give you guys a second to just look at these perks. So. Alright, your time's up. Anyways, we're moving on. Nessus. Next to Nessus, Origin trait, Veil Deadly. Dealing damage grants a stacking bonus to magazine size, target acquisition, and range until your next final blow of this weapon. This perk, I don't know how I feel about it right now. I will say it seems good on paper. On paper, it seems good. But once you get to dealing damage grants a stacking bonus to your magazine size, target acquisition, and range until your next final blow with the weapon. Makes me feel like because how it seems to be working is if you get a kill with the weapon, it feels like that any of these weapons with the origin trait Veil Deadly are gonna be DPS weapons. They're gonna be meant more for sustained DPS instead of actually killing targets. Especially with this one. This one's a kinetic weapon. But I'm assuming also stowing the weapon also ends the buff, but I'm not too sure about that. That'd be pretty cool if it didn't end the buff, but we'll see. And this has I would say this one is the perfect example for this, like stacking bonus to magazine size, target acquisition, and range until your next final blow with this weapon, because it does have wear rounds and kinetic tremors, which makes me think it's gonna be a decent DPS weapon. It does also have demolitionist and rampage and other perks that are more meant for like ad clear, so it's interesting. It'll be interesting, to say the least. Europa rewards rebooted. Winterized gear. After being out of combat for a moderate duration, this weapon gains stability, reload speed, handling, and these benefits decay after a time of re-enter combat. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, this origin trait kind of is on paper. Like I said, I'm not passing any judgment that's too harsh for these weapons, because to be fair, we don't really know what's gonna be happening with them in their origin trait, so we'll just have to realistically we'll have to see what happens. But this on paper seems just kind of meh. The sidearm high Alberto, or I don't want to say it because I feel like I gotta just mess it up. But this sidearm, this second sidearm, it has NDS. It's updated with the kinetic micro missile sidearm, which is gonna be interesting to say the least. It's a micro missile, so that means it's gonna be unstop. This kinetic sidearm is gonna be unstop. You have auto loading. You have stuff like auto loading kinetic. Maybe impulse amplifier one for all. Shoot. You have shoot to loot on this thing, which is crazy. Shoot to loot kinetic tremors maybe. All star shoot to loot. Shoot to loot frenzy maybe. Auto loading. Maybe not auto loading frenzy, but reloading aggressor maybe. Blasted distributor maybe frenzy. I don't know. It's up to really you guys, but there's a couple decent perks on this, like this one and this one. But anyways, distortions, basically TLDR every hour, different destination becomes the focus of a distortion. enemies get empowered and are more quote-unquote scary. Ooh. The enhancement to the patrol mode, the celebration of things that already are there, plus the injection of other things, and they're supposed to add support to what they call the public loop, the connected areas that players can patrol where they can encounter other guardians to work together on shared goals. And then they wanted to add a little twist to things that are already there. Like, I'm gonna be honest, having them be at South in the Stone World is crazy. Imagine if they were on Europe. I meant, not Europa. They are gonna be on Europa, but imagine if it's on cause we know that we're only getting 7 of them, I believe, and we already know which ones are coming for. They're gonna be able to be on Europa, Nessus, I believe. I believe they're gonna be able to be on Europa, Nessus, the Cosmodrome, the EDZ, which is 4, the Moon, which is 5. I don't know what 6 is actually. I kind of forgot what 6. Maybe the Dreaming City is 6? Because there's Nessus, Europa, which is 2, Cosmodrome and EDZ, which is 2 more, which is 4, and then the Moon. Those are the only confirmed ones that I think we saw in the Throne World. Whoops, forgot about the Throne World. Sorry, the Throne World as well, which makes 7. Sorry, it doesn't make 7, it makes 6. Because these two, this one makes 6. My 7th one, I'm gonna take a prediction at where the 7th one is gonna be. I think it's gonna be on Neomuna. Just saying, it might be. If it's not on Neomuna, it's definitely gonna be on the Pale Heart or Dreaming City. More than likely, it's either gonna go to Nessus or Nessus. It's either gonna go to the Pale, not the Pale Heart, but this one behind here, Neomuna or the Dreaming City. More than likely, I'm leaning more towards the Dreaming City because we all know what happened with Lightfall. And the Pale Heart is a recent DLC, and the Pale Heart is recent within the last 2 years. Eternity, I have not heard anything about Eternity. Kepler and Lawless are the most recent DLCs, and then everywhere else has a distortion. So it's either gonna be one. It's gonna be one of those 3 locations. I'm leaning heavily towards the Dreaming City, but I would like to see it in the Pale Heart, or I'm gonna be honest, I'd like to see it in the Pale Heart or the or Neomuna. I'd prefer one of these 2 than just have it in the Dreaming City, because the Dreaming City would be kind of lame. Around the portal, basically they're gonna be adding more of these Fireteam Ops, Heist Battleground Mars, which is definitely a choice. The Disgraced, which is gonna be is basically free legendary. I almost said legendary side shards, free exotic anagrams and all that junk, free loot basically whenever it's a week. The Lightblade, it's also the Lightblade, which means new Guardians get to have PTSD of this fucking strike. Scarlet Keep, I mean, we'll see. Scarlet Keep isn't a GM that I've ever done in the past, so we'd have to see. Or I haven't seen it. Many people do it, but that final room is kind of wild. The Corrupted, it's definitely a strike of all time. The Corrupted is definitely a lot harder. It's on the level of Lightblade to where I wouldn't consider doing it very frequently, but you know, it's there. The Lake of Shadows, this one got updated. This is the one that got updated, so it does have a Tormentor in the middle, in the like sort of endish section, I believe. So yeah, that'd be fun. Good luck dealing with the Tormentor in an enclosed space. LeMayo. New Pinnacle Ops, Operation Seraph Shield. This is a good mission to add to this. It'll be fun to see this mission back, because this mission hasn't been back since Season of the Sarah, which was a really popular. I believe it was a pretty popular season. It was a season before Lightfall as well. 0 Hour, kinda don't know why they're adding this back. I'm 90% sure 1, you can still access it, and 2, I don't know whether I don't know why they're adding it into Pinnacle Ops. 0 Hour probably should have just stayed out of it, to be honest. 0 Hour is unnecessarily like difficult. Well, maybe that's probably just me having a skill issue and just needing to learn build better. But yeah, for me right now, 0 Hour is just difficult, but probably we'll get over that eventually. Over in the new Arena Ops, Override. This hasn't been back since Season of the Splicer, which was like, I think 3 to 4 years ago at this point. I am so excited to see Override back personally. If you don't know, my favorite enemy race is Vex. I prefer the Vex way over the Hive stuff is cool, don't get me wrong, but that's just, a majority of the people like the Hive stuff. I don't really like the Hive stuff. Like, it's cool and all, but it's just like not my cup of tea. I prefer the Vex. The Vex are the most interesting to me, at least. Anyways, difficulty rewards. We're gonna go through these really quick. Basically, normal difficulty gets you a C and gets you tier 1s, which imagine getting tier 1s in this economy. Those definitely are never being used unless the only reason I would see anyone using a tier 1, accepting a tier 1 or tier 2. Honestly, no, not even a tier 2. Does tier 2 have the no, tier 2 doesn't even have it. Anyone that would be using a tier 1 and tier 2, unironically, it would have to be like a perfect god roll, like perfect mags, perfect barrels, perfect perks, perfect just everything. It would have to be absolutely perfect if you want to use the tier 1 or tier 2. Tier 3 is where you start getting double perks and all that stuff. Tier 3, I would say, is the baseline of where you would want to probably start getting your stuff. But tier 4, except for armor is far different. Master difficulty A+, tier 4. Tier 4 is probably the best. Is probably the cutoff of where you would probably want your gear to be dropping at, especially when you're like power level 500. If you get a tier 3 or below, when you're power level 500 or max power level, it just doesn't feel good. I'm gonna be honest. Getting tier 4s and 5s consistently is definitely the better option for people that are max power level, which is 550, or max light level, however you call it. And then Grandmaster being S difficulty, tier 5, Ultimate being S+ difficulty in tier 5. S+ reward, sorry. Reward, not difficulty, but yeah, you get what I mean. Tier 5s, you don't need any. I don't think these need any explanation. Best option in the game unless you get a bad one, and then it's just you're sad. For now, Crucible modes at grade A or higher will yield tier 5 drops, so you just have to get this in a Crucible match, which is a lot harder than you would think. Especially in trials, if you're just like me and aren't good at PvP in general, which I'm not. So, it means A+ A's aren't gonna come for me. I do wanna take a look at this. I do wanna point out that I can't zoom in. Whoops, can't zoom in, but if you zoom in on this right here, you'll notice that, yeah, we're 50 under. I don't know if this is gonna stay for the whole time. I kind of hope it's not gonna stay the whole time, but because being 50 under is never fun, and it's never been fun. Being 50 under, unless yeah, like, I know, like, I'm popping it up on screen right now. I know that the patch notes and all that stuff, and the TWID and the TWAB or TWID, whatever you call it, is like it's like decently chunky, like 17k words. I think that's for the TWAB, or that might just be for the patch notes. I don't really know, but regardless, regardless of that, yeah, the power level being 50 under in the current, I will say this right now, in the current sandbox, like pre-June 9th update would be pretty off, would be awful, especially like Blade. it'd be awful. Time limit is time limit. That's always gonna be there, no matter what. No matter how much we complain about it. But yeah, being 50 under in this current sandbox is just awful. Primaries don't hit as hard as they should. Special weapons don't feel like they're hitting hard, and some special weapons don't feel like they're hitting hard enough. Even some heavy weapons feel like they're underperforming. Anyways, that's what I wanted to rant about. Basically, match-made versions of Portal activities, which will probably still be the 2 or 3 that they have offered per day, will include fewer modifiers and will grant rewards in rank for the selected difficulty. Revive tokens are also getting updated across the board. Revive tokens and arena ops are being removed. Fire Team Ops and Pinnacle Ops Grandmaster difficulty is starting with 7 revive tokies, while Ultimate is starting with 5 res tokies to give more breathing room. Anyways, moving on. They're adding variety into loot, basically having sorry, Jesus, it scared me. There's a motorcycle going by. Jesus. And I just did not hear it until like last second. Okay, whatever. Basically they want to add variety to loot. They're either reworking loot or adding new ones basically to all these below, but especially this one. I hate that. I hate it. But we'll see. You'll see later, so you gotta stay tuned for that. Selling Fire Team Ops are gonna have a unique weapons reward pool and share a new armor collection set, which by the way, as of me recording this, we have no idea what solo ops, Fire Team Ops, or Pinnacle Ops will have, or even Arena Ops. We have no idea what they will have. At least I don't know what they will have at all. So that's fun. That'd be fun. In Arena Ops, weapons will have hollow foil variants. Great. I mean, it'll depend on what the Arena Ops weapons are, but unfortunately, I do not. Sorry, Tyler. I'm recording this at like 10 p.m. on Wednesday? Yeah, Wednesday. There will be a next part where I'm recording a little. Maybe I don't know. I'll probably be recording on Friday again for the last part, but because the other TWAB that I'm supposed to be going over isn't out yet. But I'm future-proofing this video, so we don't know what Arena Ops weapons are coming out again, so we'll have to really see when we log in. Unless Bungie just goes crazy and proves me wrong, and it's just like, oh yeah, JK, by the way, we're showing off everything that we have, by the way. Anyways, Onslaught. Here we go with one of my favorite game modes of all time, because Onslaught was so cool. Also, I could go over how I could just yap for hours on how much I like the Onslaught, but I'm not gonna do that here, do you guys? And to increase crowd, you can earn from sources by over 40%, which that makes it just cracked, allowing you to max defenses at each location, which is very much a W update. Like this whole thing is a W update, and this as well. Removed res tokies from the mode entirely. I don't know why they were in there to begin with when they never were before. I think having res tokies in this type of activity just made it harder, unnecessarily so, and Borderline made it almost impossible, at least for how it seems like it's built for. I don't know, maybe that's just a skill issue on my end, but let me know down in the comments if you had similar. And then they've reintroduced the difficulty curve, which next 10 waves are increasing, which the first 10 waves will be easier than the difficulty you selected. Next 10 waves will be increasing in difficulty, and the final 10 waves will be increasing to match the difficulty. Okay, for For example, Grandmaster Onslaught's first 10 waves will feel somewhat like expert difficulty, the second 10 waves will feel a little closer to master difficulty, and then the final 10 waves will feel like on par with Grandmaster difficulty that you've come to expect. Yeah. Basically, they're changing the difficulty, so it's not like the hardest version of it out the gates, and it gets even harder, because I'm pretty sure it still got even harder, but whatever. We introduced the full Brave Arsenal from Into Light with tiers and onslaught reward pools that drop at the end of every 10 waves, in addition to the Pinnacle Ops reward drop pools. I'm gonna be fully honest, I have no idea what this means. In addition to Pinnacle Ops reward, I have no idea what that means. If it'll be onslaught weapons, if it'll be the Brave Arsenal and Pinnacle Ops rewards that can drop from the chest. I'm assuming that's what they mean by this, but I don't fully know. We'll have to find out when either if they release more information or when we hop into game on the 9th. But for now, I don't know, but that's how I'm assuming it works. I've heard that they are not reintroducing the shiny versions of the Brave Arsenal. I have heard that, so I'm gonna crush those dreams immediately of yours. They're not reintroducing the shinies. Sorry, you just had to be there a couple years ago when the Into Light first came out to get them. But you can still get the Brave Arsenal, and they might be even better than how they were back then, to be honest. If anything, you'll probably keep the shiny weapons as a novelty more because they won't be as good as the tiered weapons, unfortunately, just because of how the sandbox will start working now, which we'll get into that later in my thoughts on that later. But Contest of Elders reduced the number of paths from a single run from 4 to 3, and basically the same thing as up here, and added the world loot pool rewards into Contest of Elders, so it drops at every pathway, in addition to Pinnacle Ops reward pool drops. I have no idea what world pool rewards they have for Contest of Elders. You guys will have to find out and tell me on June 9th, because I will not be playing Contest of Elders because it's a waste of time for me. I might consider playing it, but outside of that, probably not. The coil, basically the entirely same thing that it was down here is up here. Basically the same. Basically it's copy and paste. So basically what I went over up here matches down here. Elevating a Gambit Premium and Gambit Premium. Basically pulling Gambit up to where the current sandbox is with like the tiered rewards and all that stuff. Unfortunately, there's not. Actually, well, this is something I want to highlight as well. A team that reaches the Primeval phase will earn an S grade in Tier 5 gear, so getting to the final phase of the match is materially rewarded. Now, I want to ask this to open dialogue between me and you guys. Leave comments down below if you whatever you think about this, but a team that reaches the Primeval phase this phrasing, the way they're saying this means to me that like if both teams can reach the Primeval phase and earn an S grade and Tier 5 gear, as long as you reach the Primeval phase. I'm not entirely sure if that's what is true. I'm kind of hoping it's true, because it's just like I'm hoping that this is true, so that means people won't leave if you get to the Primeval, if the other team gets the Primeval phase first. Because if it's just one team that reaches the Primeval phase, I'm gonna be honest, that's gonna discourage a lot of people from even staying, and people are probably gonna just dip out if they hear the other team reaching the Primeval phase. I'm gonna be honest. That's at least my 2 cents on the whole thing. We don't have no idea what is actually gonna come until we actually get in game and see it for ourselves. Really. They're adding a lot of old Gambit. adding a bunch of old iconic Gambit weapons and refreshed perk pools to give people a reason to just go back into Gambit, which I hate it here. I don't want to go back into this fuck-ass game mode because I will be the first to tell you I despise PvP game modes entirely. That's kind of why I stopped playing Fortnite, because people just try too hard in PvP and care too much, and that's why I don't like PvP game modes, because any PvP game mode just kind of sucks to me. Anyways, Orchard Trait, gun and run. Defeating targets builds stacks of gun and run for a short duration. Sprinting for a short time consumes a stack. To partially reload this weapon's magazine from reserves. On bows briefly improves draw speed. Gonna be honest, this sounds a lot better than how it used to work. I don't know. I'll probably grab it, but here it is on screen for you guys. Here it is on screen for you guys if you wanna go look at the perk. Really, but that's what it does currently in the sandbox. Anyways, moving on. If you know me and you know this channel, I absolutely love hand cannons. And seeing spare rations not only get revamped, but also having it be tier 5 is definitely one of the only reasons why I will be participating in the Gambit Chicanery on day 1. It will be one of the only reasons that I will be in Gambit. And if you think just spare rations itself is coming back good, no, it gets better. You see this baby right here? Explosive payload. Has explosive payload. It has a lot of good perks. It has Firefly explosive payload. It has what? Crystalline Court Bloom and explosive payload. One for all Firefly. Desperate Measures or Swashbuckler. Rapid hit explosive payload. Rapid hit one for all. There's a decent few perks that I'm going after in PvE for this. If I was to go for PvP perks, maybe Snapshot or Keep Away and explosive payload, maybe. That's what I would go for. Maybe Opening Shot, but again, PvP means you guys can yell at me in the comments below for having that opinion, because I've been told by PvP means that I dismantled in an old video, the vault cleaning video, which is unlisted on the channel currently. I might go through and relist some old Destiny videos. Maybe, we'll see. And so maybe just listing a bunch of older videos that I think will do well. But yeah. Anyways, it's a stasis too, which stasis hand cannons usually never get explosive payload. I don't know what Bungie's deal is with not giving stasis HG's explosive payload, but right now, air rations, I believe, I'm not sure, do not quote me on this, I believe spare rations is the only stasis hand cannon that has explosive payload on it in this current state that we know, that we know of. At least that I know of. I shouldn't say we. At least that I know of. It's the only one with explosive payload. I wanted Isoluna to have explosive payload, but it didn't. Now if it comes out that Isoluna has explosive payload on it, come June 9th, I'm gonna cry, because that means this one and Isoluna will be fighting. That means spare rations and Isoluna will be fighting for their place in my kinetic slot. 21 Delirium, I've personally never used it. I was never around when it was big. I was never around in the D2 when it was big. I was never really on D2 in general when it came out, but we've got some redacted perks obviously here, which we got like at least 3 new perks here that are either arc verbs or they're just redacted just for the sake of being redacted. But anyways, even without knowing these 3 perks, we have some cracked perks on this. Overflow, Killing Tally, Recon, One for All, Rolling Storm, Feeding Frenzy, and then maybe Jolting Feedback. I'm gonna be honest. I have the perks for a good one already in my head. Overflow Recon with, honestly, maybe 4 times, or Feeding Frenzy with definitely absolutely Killing Tally. If I want DPS, I'll go Rolling Storm 4 times, and Frenzy as well. I'd go with Killing Tally, Rolling Storm, and Frenzy. Maybe One for All, but I doubt I'd go for One for All over really Killing Tally or Rolling Storm or Frenzy. Maybe One for All over Frenzy, possibly, but that's a big maybe, because Frenzy's damage boost cannot be underestimated compared to One for All's. Because One for All, you have to hit 3 people. Frenzy, you just have to be... One for All, you have to hit 3 targets. Frenzy, you just have to be in combat for X amount of time. Crucible playlist. I would skip PvP stuff because I really don't care about it, but I'm gonna sum it up. TLDR, Iron Banner returns every 4 weeks, and Charles Oversize will continue every weekend. That from Friday to Tuesday, that Iron Banner is not here, which obviously that's always been this one has always been the case. This has always been the case, so that should be a no dumb moment. And then Iron Banner returning once a month, which, unless it's coming out unless it'll be out June 9th. Unless it will be out June 9th, it will not make an appearance next month. I will say that much. Unless it comes out June 9th, I do not believe it will be making an appearance until July 9th. So, yeah. Anyways. Yada yada. Having more info on Crucible stuff later, which, yeah, you'll see. I've been recording for 36 minutes, but I don't know how far this is in for the video for you guys, but I've been recording for 36 minutes, and this is just the first article. Heavy Metal, they basically added the Cabal Walker and added the Nightfall Station. That's about it. Sparrow Racing League, the returning Sparrow Racing League Ghost returns as your announcer along with Shax. Skimmers are also going to be a part of this, but I believe Skimmers don't have any of their like special like jumps or such to keep them more in line with them more in line with Sparrows. They added additional mechanics, and I think they adjusted some. Okay, we get it. They adjusted some of this stuff as well. That's about it. And then they added Sparrow Racing League rewards, which Featherweight Origin trait. Final blows with this weapon had the Featherweight Origin trait the Featherweight Origin trait, gain increased movement speed while equipped, which kind of suggests that maybe these weapons won't exactly be the most feasible for like serious content. I don't know though. I personally don't want to say that. Revving up 2's faster movement builds up a charge that gradually increases your health. Regeneration speed once you're fully revved, sprinting grants a speed booster, which definitely will be. I'm gonna be 90%. I'm gonna be 110% sure. Hunters are about to start using this if they need to traverse places, depending on how good the buff is. And the sliding wall speed boost is active, jolts combatants in front of you. I'm not sure how effective this one will be though. I doubt it'll be much more effective. Also, I want to point this out. Yeah, all these other weapons are cool. Rocket, I think that's a fusion. I think that's That, I believe, I was told that's an auto rifle. I'm not entirely sure. That's definitely a pulse rifle. Imagine these two are switched and this one's a pulse rifle and this one's an auto rifle. That'd be funny. And then imagine this is a healing auto. Okay. But that's a fusion as well, I think. I think these two are both fusion rifles. I'm pretty sure. Or one of them could be a weird, shaped auto rifle. But look at this sword, man. Like, look at it. It's so cool. Like, God, this sword is the only reason I would play Sparrow, basically, is for the sword. That's the only reason. I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna be that vain and say that's the only reason. Definitely, so I can get Eager's attention on there. Anyways, yeah, that's about it for this. That's about it for this part. They're gonna focus on the weapon sandbox, rated updates, and tower entertainment, and all in the next insights article in TWID, which I will have coming up right after these messages. So stay tuned. Alrighty, hello everybody, hello. Sorry for that weird continuation, but yeah, this is day 2 of me this is day 2 of, this is dev insights. We're just gonna get into it, but this is the entirely next day since I recorded that first bit and it was already 40 minutes, so this is gonna be a long episode, but yeah, without further ado, let's get into it. Basically, they're going over the new weapon tiering system, the new crafted weapons upgrading tier, buffs to exotics, balance updates for legendary weapons, legendary perk fixes and buffs, customizable artifact 2.0, and updates to vendors, weapon focusing, and gear attunement. Basically, yeah, that's a moth. God damn it. Hold up, sorry, that's definitely a moth. Give me 1 second to deal with the little friend here that we have here. The unexpected guest. Alright, sorry. Alright, more or less dealt with. Anyways, basically there's gonna be a new slot basically there's gonna be a new slot in the weapon crafting system, like you can see here on this. This is gonna be the new slot for tier upgrades, and you can upgrade it all the way to tier 5, but they won't be able to get like bonus perks or such in these columns. Like, say if you get like a tier 1, like this guy has, like this example shows, you get a tier 1, it's gonna take Ascendant Allies and its enhancement prisms to obviously level up in Glimmer, which Bungie, you're gonna need to give us more drops of Ascendant Allies instead of making us buy them every time, because that just gets expensive really fast unless you're planning on making the economy better. But like I was saying, you don't get any bonus perks or the bonus. You get the mags enhanced, you get the origin trait enhanced, and you get the perks enhanced, which that's about it. And you also get the tier 5 ornament for it as well, which, yeah, that's good. But let's be honest, who's really upping a tier 1? I'm gonna be honest, unless a tier 1 unless a tier 1, a tier 2, or a tier 3 is like a good 6 out of 6, like if it has unless it has these are like cracked out their mind that these 2 perks are like the best of the best that you can have, and these 2 are the best of the best you can have, you're not upgrade. You're probably gonna go for natural tier 5 still. Exotic weapon catalysts, basically they want to give more catalysts, but they're not letting us know every weapon that got catalysts. But basically, I think there's 25. They didn't want to leave any exotic behind when it came to catalysts, which is what makes me think like they even give gave ones like Still Hunt and Anarchy catalysts, but at the same time, I feel like I don't know. I'm hoping they get catalysts, but yeah. Regardless, Chaperone is getting triple tap. Parasite is getting Envious Arsenal, which is definitely a choice. Parasite having Envious Arsenal is definitely going to be interesting. Taraba getting Ambitious Assassin is interesting as well. They gave some older catalysts, some that only gave stat boosts, some perks. Crimson has To the Pain, which I don't really know what To the Pain does, but it might be good, and Merciless having Heal Clip is also a choice. In total, we added 25 catalysts to weapons that did not have one already, and 9 perks to existing catalysts that only had weapon stats as a bonus. I'm pretty sure there's more than 25 weapons that didn't have exotic weapons that didn't have catalysts. Maybe. I'm not fully sure because I don't check every weapon that does and doesn't have a catalyst. But I know a lot of stuff doesn't have a catalyst. But yeah, these are the examples. Like this one's triple tap. This one's Envious Arsenal, dealing damage with both weapons before readying this weapon refills it from reserves. Whoops. And then this one is Ambitious Assassin. And then here's the enhanced weapon crafting. Basically it's the same as above. It's basically the same as above. Weapon at level 11, you can upgrade it to gear tier 2. Just like a fresh tier drop, you'll basically engage enhanced columns and enhanced chairs for these two. Weapon level 25, you can upgrade to gear tier 4. They skipped over tier 3. I don't know why they skipped over tier 3 here, but to be honest, really all that matters is tier 2, 4, and 5. But at weapon level 25, upgrade to tier 5. Have enhanced components like barrels or mags and such. At level 30, upgrade to tier 5, enhance origin trait, and as well as whatever else. You get the unique skin as well, and again, like the other ones, they won't have double crafted weapons won't have double perks, at least not from what I know. At least from what I know, they don't have enhanced perks. I think Rewind Rounds is actually new on paper here. I'm not sure. It might not be, but I think it's possibly new. I don't think it is though. But yeah, it's basically like that. And adapted weapons are getting the same changes and benefits, basically. So this right here, this whole thing right here is what makes me think even enhanced weapons will also have the ability to be leveled up to the tiering system, but who knows? Who knows? We don't know for sure. Anyways, ammo system. They're basically taking a swing at making double special less viable for ad clear. Reduce the amount of meter progress special ammo weapons gained from defeats against minor enemies by 17% at 100 ammo gen stat. They're buffing precision frame linears. Mostly ammo economy, so like yeah, heavy ammo precision linears, base increased from 3 to 5, enhanced increased from 4 to 6. Special ammo, which is increased from 3 to 5 and enhanced to 6 to 10, which I don't know why we have special ammo linear fusions, but we do. Buried Bloodline created an issue where it wasn't getting additional ammo from enhanced ammo bricks for some reason. Choir of 1 is basically getting its ammo economy nerfed. Bases by 10, so from 45 to 35. Enhanced is reduced from 90 to 70, which is I think that's a 20% decrease. 20 ammo decrease, I think. Rocket pulses are getting fixed. A bunch of fixes. Fixed an issue where sometimes they're only earning 2 shots. Fixed an issue where that specific one was not correctly having its ammo increased by scav mods. Fixed an issue where legendary pulses were not having the ammo per brick split when used with the second special weapon. Crucible, I'm gonna be honest, who really cares about Crucible, but reduce points from special ammo, heavy ammo kills, and assists by supers by 33%, which is a really low. I think it's a pretty big change, and then reduced glaive melee gains by 20%. Adaptive burst linear fusions got too much ammo, reduced it from 5 to 3. Reduced ammo from crits from 5 to 3. Rapid-fire LMGs weren't getting enough ammo, increased from 45 to 62 based on mag size. Other LMGs remain capped at 22, but it ends ammo grades have been reduced to fit within the scale. Exotic weapon tuning. Jade Rabbit increased mag size from 10 to 15, which is 5 extra ammo. Removed Zen Moment and added Shoot Salute and Fireflies and St. Jade's. Shoot Salute is interesting. I'm pretty sure Jade. Yeah, I was supposed to say, I'm pretty sure it's a scout rifle. Firefly is interesting. Fate of All Fools increased max stack caps to 15. In addition to chaining precision hits, precision kills can now add a stack. Gaining a stack now refills the magazine. If it's not sure it's fully or partially, they don't specify, but I'm assuming it's partially. And increases stability. Stacks will no longer be completely removed when you reload. Dealing direct body shot damage will still remove a single stack. Scales the damage of Firefly when it's active, and dealing splash damage will not remove a stack of its per catalyst. In addition to adding stability, special reloading will consume all stacks of Fated Fools and grant a singular micro missile round, which deals bonus damage based on the number of stacks consumed. That is definitely a choice. Jade Rabbit for all those. Anyone that uses it. I don't know who uses it. Vex. As the sandbox evolved, Vex felt like it lagged behind other raid weapons in terms of strength and PvE content, which I do agree with. Wanted to give the linear fusion shots something a little extra to help them feel worth the kill requirements to charge them. We updated the intrinsic and catalyst to help making acquiring those kills a little easier. Now's what is the timeless mythoclast, which is basically the intrinsic for it. You'll have it as soon as you get Vex to drop, I believe. Now has what is comparatively a more potent. Sorry, hold up. Let me say that for the people in the back. A more potent version of rearmed rounds while in full auto mode. More potent than how rearmed rounds works now. That is definitely wild to give to that. Temporal limiter trait, basically the linear fusion rifle mode. They'll now trigger precision kills will now trigger the ignition. After leaving linear fusion rifle mode, the magazine is fully reloaded, which is definitely a change that was needed. And then just basically added a HUD buff to show how much linear fusion shots are remaining. And then the catalyst sustained damage now activates the catalyst in addition to kills, which is I think it's basically if you're doing DPS, you can get it activated, which is a welcome change, and then added the HUD buff, which I don't know what that does. Touch of Malice increased final round bonus damage by 10%. Set it up so special reload can be made faster by buffing reload speed. Replace the Rapid in the catalyst with Precision Instrument, and gained increased stability and reload speed with each stack of Charter's Blight. The last word basically increased stuff on mouse and keyboard. Increased stability by 10% on mouse and keyboard. Increased aim assist while hip firing on mouse and keyboard by 10%. PvE content for Mida multi-tool lowered the PvE combatant kill requirement from 10 kills per modification, 15 with macro tool, to 7 kills per modification, 10 with macro tool. This lowers the total kill requirement from 40 or 60 to 27 or 40 to acquire all modifications. The catalyst improved radar resolution now remains active for a few seconds once you stow multi-tool instead of immediately deactivating. Multi-tool still needs to be in your hands for the catalyst to activate. Heirloom, which is the crossbow, which is the crossbow from the new dungeon, not the sword that I thought, not the sword from Duality. I thought it was the sword from Duality, but it's not. It's the crossbow. Increased charge rate by 20%. Increased impact damage and charge shots by 20%. In PvE only. Reduced extra heat generated by charge shots by 7%. Increased damage versus mini boss and champion targets by 20%. Increased damage versus boss targets by 10%. Added incandescent perk to catalyst. I'm gonna be honest, all these changes to the crossbow are good, but I'm not fully sure if that's even still gonna make it worth using. I mean, genuinely, we'll have to see how it does. But I would say they maybe increasing the boss damage by a little more would have made it a little more worth it, but who knows? Maybe I'm just yapping to yap, but TWAB, dealing damage to scorched combatants grants increased damage to beast fires by 33%. Could generate a full meter if all the mag hits a scorched enemy, and kills greatly increased progress 10% per kill. So you technically need to get 10 kills to get Ravenous Beast fully charged, I believe. Anarchy. Once finalities augur the linear fusion from Sunder, the exotic linear fusion from Sundered. Sorry, I drew a blank for a second. Basically, they want to make it more competitive against it. Increased arm trap lifetime by 50% from 10 to 50. I don't know if that's a 50% buff. That's it. I don't know. I don't know if that's a 50% buff, but it's it's extra 5 seconds for the arm traps to be active, so that might do something. I'm not fully sure what that would do. Increased trap damage versus combatants by 30%. Now, combatants, I think it's a blanket term for basically increasing trap damage against everything, which that's why having it increased by 30% is wild. But at the same time, the traps didn't do a ton of damage in general already. We'll see how it does, but I definitely think that'll definitely make it competitive against finalities. But double trap detonation damage versus combatants to better match per tick damage of a trap. Replace moving target with impromptu ammunition. I have no idea what this is, but I'll definitely have to check when we get it in game. Div is being brought back up at least a little bit to increase damage of the penance cage by 20%, which is wild. Reduce time to activate the cage from 4 to 3 seconds. Reduce shots to activate the cage from 14 to 10. I'm not sure if these two will do too much, but increasing damage of it by 20% is kind of wild. Like, that's a wild swing. And the thing is that this is the final update. It'll be in maintenance mode, meaning I'm assuming maintenance mode is probably just gonna be just bug fixes, I guess, maybe. I don't know. Who really knows? Just walk and having some food. Leave me alone. Been a long day so far. Reduce self-damage of the projectile by 66%, which is funny. Well, you gotta think of this. I'll be right back. I'm gonna finish shooting first. Alright. Anyways. Basically the class glaive projectiles now grant double progress towards special shot. I'm gonna be honest, no one really used these. At least I know I didn't use them, but who knows? Maybe people will use them more, maybe people won't, who knows, really. At the end of the day. Hierarchy and needs. Seekers now apply plus 15, plus 5 with the Ember of Ashes scorched to targets. To hit targets, sorry. Added a hidden shotgun for Seekers that guide them to targets recently hit by precision damage. Added increased hipfire accuracy to the list of benefits provided by the catalyst. That's definitely interesting. We'll have to see how hierarchy changes. Sunshot and Graviton Lance basically rebalance the damage with the explosion to deal more damage closer and less damage further. There's a ton of love for Outbreak. Basically, Outbreak is getting reduced. Its reduced damage bonus at maximum nanite stacks from 4.5 to 4, which is a 0.5 nerf, by the way. That might not mean that much. Our Blast, you would think that like they would have bonus boss damage or something for it, but no, it's just increased damage versus champions by 33%, which at the same time makes it's just like, what's the point? I don't know. It's not gonna make me use it unless it's like damn well near one-shotting champion. I'm joking. Unless it's like doing like maybe 25% of it, maybe like 20 or like a good amount of health chunk per champion, I'm probably still not using it. Wardcliff fixed the bug where firing Wardcliff would not grant bolt charge if the firing player was too far off the ground. I don't know why that was a thing. That is definitely a bug. Mechanized autoloader now works while the weapon is stowed, increased maximum ammo from 5 to 8. Lament is getting basically its earlier nerfs of like to bring it back. Referred the previous nerf to this weapon by 70%. And then return most of the final combo hit damage and self-healing the previous change reduced. Truth now returns one ammo to reserves and buffs the next magazine when all rounds hit in the magazine hit a target. When triggered, next magazine gains dramatically increased rate of fire, stability, tracking strength, and cluster bombs. Thunderlord is getting reduced ammo refunds by the lightning strike from 7 to 5 at base. The new rocket whirling of aviation is getting it's getting increased amount of anticipation gain per point of damage by just over 11%. That's definitely an interesting choice. I don't really know how that affects it. Well, because I don't have the rocket, but I don't know how that would affect too much. Prometheus is getting its scorch damage scorch stacks applied up to 20%, 10 plus 10 with Ember Patches from 10 plus 10 with Ember Patches. Centrifuge, I never used this unless it was to get the seasonal triumph out of the way. Increased amount magazine refilled per trigger from 10 to 10 up from 4%. Who cares? I don't really care about that. Slayer Fang, increased mag size by 2, increased reserve ammo by 10, now slowly reloads itself when the buff is active. Increased reserve ammo by 10% on Xeno. I still think Xeno is still gonna struggle. Without damage buffs, I think it's still who knows? I don't know. Practic Blade, the most undeserved thing is being up here. Slightly increase the time it takes to get ammo refunded back when blocking. Strongholds will no longer allow for infinite blocking with special ammo swords. We've seen feedback that it felt bad to watch from your ghost as your teammate blocked for 3 minutes straight without rezzing you or doing any damage to a given boss. Sometimes we need you to go on the attack. That's for all the Titans out there. LeMayo, get roll Titans. Anyways, reduced ammo refunded by light attacks. Jesus, there's a lot. This is gonna be another 30-40 minute section, and then it's just gonna be the last section. This video is probably gonna be like 2 hours long because I'm going over legitimately everything. Oh god. I hope you guys, I don't know, I'm gonna throw on some music for you guys, because this is like a lot. Primary ammo weapons struggle to keep up against combatants. That is very true. If you saw today's stream, or at least today when I'm recording this, because I'm recording this on the 4th, which I had streamed today, they do struggle to keep up with combatants. Increased damage versus base legendary primate. Wait, hang on, what? Wait, did they change that? Yeah, they did change it. Hold up. Yeah, because it didn't say base combatants, I don't think. I think it said versus minor combatants, I think. Okay, so that brings up an interesting question. What do they consider base combatants? Increased damage versus base combatants by 30%. For legendary, exotic primary weapons got their damage buffed by 10% to 40% against base combatants. Non-blaster primary weapons, so meaning basically any legendary weapon that isn't a blaster type weapon got their damage increased versus elite combatants by 15%, which is good. And then blaster primary weapons have their damage buffed to elite combatants by 20%. Those are definitely some needed primary ammo changes because Jesus, like I've been, I don't know if like I've said in past videos before, like primary ammo weapons just struggled hard against these guys. They struggled so hard. It felt so bad to want to use the primary ammo weapon because they struggled so badly against against just anything. Anyways, some special we're basically gonna do this. Special ammo weapons get damage increased versus combatants by elite combatants by 20%. This excludes sniper rifles, rocket pulses, rocket sidearm sword, and choir of one. I really don't see why these are getting excluded. I don't see why, but you know. Oh, my bad. I'll be right back. I don't know why it's excluding these weapons. I can see maybe rocket pulses. I can see why for rocket pulses. And I don't see why for rocket pulses. On top of the above changes, these specific primary ammo archetypes got some additional balance suiting. Auto rifles, high impact frames, moved RPM from 360 to 400, reduced 8. I don't even know what ADS damage fall off scalar means. I don't know what that means, but reduced that by by literally 0.1%, by literally 0.1% or 0.1%. Reduced base damage from 24 to 22. This includes Vex and Saros Regime with dual speed receiver, but excludes Cerberus 1 and Sweet Business in its non-spawn up state. Adaptive frame, reduced base damage from 15 to 15. Increased base damage from 15 to 15.5, basically a 0.5% buff. Increased critical hit damage from 26.25% to 27.1%. Lightweight frame pulse rifles reduced base damage from 19.7% to 18.8%. Reduced critical hit damage from 31.5% to 30.1%. Legacy frame, basically literally the. I believe it's literally only the battler rifle. So they reverted the nerf to ADS damage fall off, and increased it back 0.1%. High impact frame reverted the previous nerf, scaling it back to 1.7%. Rapid fire frame scout rifles reduced base damage from 28 to 27.3%. Reduced critical hit damage from 54.6 to 35.25. And in aggressive frame hand cannons, reduced base damage from 49 to 48.7, and reduced critical hit damage from 90.65 to 90.1. And bows, mind you, this is on top of everything we discussed up here. This is on top. Increased damage versus basic combatants by an additional 20%, and increased damage versus elite combatants by an additional 40%. I'm gonna be honest, and this isn't just to put hate on bows, but I really don't feel like they needed these buffs. I don't know, because these are on top of these buffs already. So like, bows have like what, a 50% damage increase versus base combatants, and I think they have a what? They have what? A 65% increase against elite combatants. So this is 50 and this is 65%, which is extremely wild. I don't know why they decided to buff bows by that much, because that includes the combat bows and I believe, well, no, this is primary ammo, so no, this includes I believe this includes exotic ones as well. So some exotic ones got not a 60% buff, which is kind of wild. I don't know how I feel about that. How I feel about bows getting that, because bows feel like the bows getting that big of a buff feels a bit unnecessary, and these are on top of all the above changes again as well. So, well, there wasn't really changes for special ammo weapons except for increased damage. Their increased damage by 20% minus snipers, rocket. So, shotguns do get a decent buff. All right, let's go through this. Rocket sidearms increase projectile explosion radius by 33%, which I think that's a revert from how, because I think they reduced the splash damage of them in the earlier patch by like something like 33% or something. So I think this one's just an overall like change. Fusion rifles, rapid fire, increased PvE damage by 7%, increased PvE damage by 10, for adaptive frame precision increased by 20, high impact increased by 15. Shotguns, aggressive frame increased by 15, improved base stats of Felwinters, which, if anyone doesn't know, you'll see why this is getting increased, I believe in the TWAB, which we're gonna go on to next. Lightweight frame increased by 15%, precision frame increased by 20, slug shotguns, rapid fire increased by 10, pinpoint increased by 5%, which is sad. Heavy burst increased by 10%, and these ones are all on top. These from fusions to the end of the slug shotguns. So like this is keeping in mind, this is with the update that they're getting already getting a 20% bonus. They're already getting like an additional 20% bonus to damage on top of this to elite combatants. So some of these might go just stupid wild. Snipers increased PvE damage scalar by 15%. For aggressive frame, adaptive gets a 10% buff. Glaives increased damage scalar by 10%. And mind you, trace rifles, these trace rifle buffs are already on top of this special ammo buff by 20%. So that means these trace rifles get a 40% buff in each category. I think they get I think they get a 40% buff here, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, elite combatants by 20%. So they get a 40% damage bonus against elite combatants, and they get a 20%. Because I don't think they had it increased by I don't think additional is the right word here. I think they should have just said 20%, because this is misleading. Because it makes you think these both got a 40% buff, when it's just realistically this one got the 40% buff, because unless I'm spewing nonsense, they only got the elite combatants, but special ammo weapons only got an elite. Yeah, they only got an elite combatants buff, because it doesn't say anything. It just says it right here. Okay, but anyways, moving on. Rocket pulses got slapped the hardest. Reduced ammo gen of legendary micro missile pulses by 15%. Decreased PvE damage by 10%. Decreased damage versus bosses by 10%. This is already on top of the above 10%, which means they got a 35% nerf, basically. Reduced projectile explosion radius by 25%. Reduced super generation for 25% by roamers and 33% by standard. I'm going to be fully honest here as well. I'm going to be fully honest. This is my opinion. You can have your own opinion. I feel like this is a bit unwarranted. Like, obviously, they needed to be nerfed, but nerfing them by this much feels a bit much. Like, I guess this is the final update, live service update of the game, yeah, and they needed to, like, just take a general swing to see how it would affect it, but I feel like this is maybe a tad bit too much of a nerf. I don't know, though. Alright, heavy ammo weapons get some attention to make them more effective against bosses and champions. Heavy GLs increase damage versus bosses and champs by 5%. Rocket launchers increase... And these are across the board, these aren't specific frames, so this is just across the board for heavy weapons. Rocket launchers increase damage versus bosses and champs by 5%. Crossbows increase damage versus bosses and champs by 10%. Linear fusions increase damage of all legendary linear fusions versus bosses and champs by 10%. Precision, and then precision frame increased the scalar by 10%. Increased ammo reserves by 30%, excluding sleeper stimulate. Machine guns, which is wild, it only increased bitter reserve ammo, which is interesting. And decreased cost of vortex frame heavy attack from 6 to 4 ammo to match other heavy swords. Alright. Now we're on to legendary perk changes. Focus Fury damage bonus increased by 5% from 20 to 25. Hits requires to activate decreased from 50% of the magazine to 35% of the magazine. I'm not sure how much ammo shots that will take. Full core increased maximum explosive damage bonus increased by 10% from 25 to 35%. Lasting impression increased damage bonus from 25 by 10% again from 25 to 35. Reservoir burst increased damage bonus increased from 25% or 27.5% enhanced to 30% or 33% enhanced. Gut shot straight reduced aim assist penalty by 20% on the base perk and 25% on the enhanced perk. Fixed the issue where this perk did not work on bitter end. Alright. Adhigo? I don't know. Anyways, reduced base damage bonus on hand cannons by 3%, from 30% to 27%. Increased damage bonus on shotguns and bows by 10% from 20% to 30%. Lord. Following perks have received some quality of life tuning to make them easier to activate on their own or with other build crafting elements. Collective action, collective pugilism, cooling baubles, and elemental charge and faucet of honor. Now all share the same tangle activated. Destroy a tangle either by shooting it upon impact after throwing it. Previously, the activated differed previously this activated differed depending on the perk, and would allow either activating when shooting, picking up, throwing, or a combination of these, despite sharing the same terminology in their strings. In addition to this, activated collective action and collective pugilism also grant additional time to their durations upon throwing a tangle. This unique behavior is called out in their descriptions. Artifact elemental orbs are now considered elemental pickups for the sake of these perks and to grant them the same benefits as tangles. As such, we fixed an issue where the artifact arc orbs would give dark transcendence energy with the faucet of honor. They now give light transcendence energy. Elemental orbs being mentioned in artifact makes me excited because I loved the orbs. I mean, we have the arc one now. I loved the elemental orbs. I hope they bring all of them back this time, but who knows. Collective action, fire sprites, void breachers, 8 seconds. Ionic traces, station shards, 4 seconds. Tangle detonation, 4 seconds. Tangle throw, 4 seconds. Instead of a flat 7 seconds, elemental pickups now provide differing amounts of time to the perk duration depending on how easy they are to create. These values match collective pugilism. To compensate for the lower durations of some elemental pickups, the damage bonus against PvE combatants has increased by 10% from 20% to 30%, and the damage bonus against players remains at the same 10%. The enhanced benefit no longer provides more time per pickup, but instead increases the damage bonus to 33% against PvE combatants and 11% against players by 1%. Increased max time from 12 seconds to 16 seconds. All-Star, All-Star damage timer has been paused on weapons though, and then resumed on weapon equipped. Desperado, in addition to its current activator of reloading after a precision kill, Desperado can now also activate when reloading after 3 rapid kills. Frenzy, fixed an issue where the enhanced version of Frenzy was not getting an extended duration when refreshed compared to the standard Frenzy. Also fixed an issue where Frenzy being inactive can prevent the Crucible Origin perk from activating. Jolting feedback reduced shots to activate the perk by 1 or 2 for scout rifles and hand cannons. Encore's HUD buff now displays the timer. Envious Assassin fixed an issue where the perk was not working on some single shot weapons, which I've noticed this issue before, where it doesn't activate on the redistributor and whatever numbers are behind it. The heavy sniper, it doesn't work on that. Heavy disruptor frame sniper, it doesn't work on that, I don't think, all the time. It works on it sometimes, but other times it just doesn't work on it. Maybe I wasn't getting enough kills or something. I don't really know, but I know sometimes it just wouldn't work. Cascade point, since we removed the ready HUD buff when the weapon is sewed, we have simplified the activation criteria for dealing precision damage with other weapons. Auto rifles and here we go. Auto rifles, pulse rifles, SMGs, trace rifles, sidearms, LMGs, 6 critical hits. Hand cannon, scout rifles, 4 critical hits. Bows, linear fusions, glaive projectiles, shotguns, sniper rifles, 2 critical hits. Which is definitely interesting. I definitely think that'll be interesting. I mean, how's this gonna? It doesn't say for rocket sidearms. I wonder how if it's gonna work for rocket sidearms, but whatever. Attrition orbs now activates on 4 hits on Wayfaring grenade launchers, down from 10. Now activates on 3 hits from rocket launchers, down from 6. For rocket launchers, I think it should be 1 hit, unless they're taking into account that cluster bombs can trigger it. Then that's a different story, but I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Who's using rocket launcher for attrition orbs and or ammo generation and or ad clear anyways, unless it's Gallahorn. Contending cascade number rapid final blows needed for max benefits has been reduced from 15, 12 if enhanced, to 12, 10 if enhanced. Stat benefits now are maxed out when the elemental explosions are granted instead of scaling up to 20 rapid final blows. Full choke pellet spread is now reduced by 5% instead of 3.25%. Shot package intrinsic now reduced pellet spread by 2.5% when ADS. Now some origin trait weaknesses were addressed to make them feel more impactful. Advanced reflexes, Dreaming City origin trait. New effect, +5 damage bonus while active. Increased bonus handling from +30 to +40. Increased bonus charge rate from swords from +20 to +35. A 15% buff, by the way. Gun and run, Gambit. We've already talked about this one earlier, but I'm gonna go over it again, obviously, since it's mentioned. Reworked effect, defeating targets builds stacks of gun and run for a short duration. Sprinting for a short time consumes the stack to partially reload the weapons from magazine reserves. On bows, this briefly improves draw speed. Nanotech tracer missiles, new Muno destination trait. Reduced amount of hits needed for Basio Ostantio to activate nanotech tracer missiles by roughly 1. And I gotta say, that's it. Like that just feels like an extremely underwhelming change. And by the way, this is a shotgun that isn't craftable, that I think it just drops from the world loot pool. And that's a little underwhelming, I'm gonna be honest. But it is what it is, whatever. Now I'm sure the part that everyone's been waiting for. This is 40 minutes already. Anyways. Artifacts and Anti-Champion. Artifacts 2.0 with Monument of Triumph. We are fully... Okay, I'm not gonna read over this. Basically, TLDR, they wanted to, the artifacts are gonna be working in loadouts, basically, TLDR. That's what they're trying to do. And since obviously this is the end of service update for the game. End of live service update for the game. There will still be maintenance on the game if they need to do it, but this is the end of live service, and they'll be disabling the artifact in comp and trials modes, and it'll be working in loadouts. And they took out all the anti-champ mods, and now they just have 3 dedicated mod slots for how, I don't know what I was gonna say, but I think that's sniper meditation. I don't know, but they basically took out anti-champion, and they put anti-champions into your weapons into your weapon frame instead of the guns. So yeah. Anyways, alongside these updates, the 6 new mods are coming from the data disk, which is this thing. Is this figure right here that we've had for the last almost year, I think. But anyways, tier 1, fixed fierce proximetics. I think that's how you say it. Finisher final blows grant grenade and melee energy, which will definitely be helpful for someone that goes to finish enemies. Rapid remedy, machine gun rapid final blows will heal you, which definitely I could see myself using on a couple builds. Tier 2 blinding jolts, final blows on jolted combatants blinds nearby combatants. And precision equity, precision final blows build progress towards a large orb of power that also grants bonus weapon damage on pickup. Higher ranked targets grant more progress. Precision equity sounds interesting, but it also kind of sounds like one of those perks that won't do too much, but who knows. Taser tag in tier 3. Arc-powered melee hits jolt combatants and deal further damage for a short duration. Sticker shot, arc flux magnetic, get fusion grenades, deal more damage when attacking combatants. On final blows, they release several micro missiles that seek nearby combatants. Now, I'm just gonna say this. Mentioning fusion nades in here is wild, especially if they're getting their damage. I feel like it's at this time where, obviously, I haven't read the new TWAB yet, the abilities stuff, so you'll see that obviously later in this video, but current me recording this hasn't seen it yet. But yeah, mentioning fusion nades is kind of wild here, because it's just like, if they get their damage if they get their nerfs reverted, it's just gonna be a field day. It makes me so excited to see what they have in stock. God, this is gonna be such a long video. I am so sorry for anyone that has to sit through this. But yeah, this video is coming out tomorrow for me actually, so yeah, this is gonna be a long ass video. But wait, there's more. They said artifacts as in plural, which means we're getting multiple artifacts. Hey yo, that's Grid Skipper. I didn't even notice that. That's Temptations. Look, that's Grid Skipper. That's is that Iron Banner armor? That looks like Iron Banner armor, or it looks like some sort of like, it's obviously wolf armor, but Perfect Paradox, Grid Skipper, and Temptations Hook. I think Temptations Hook is a rifle's weapon. That's a splicer weapon, and that's a Season of the Dawn weapon. At least we know at least I know Snow's going to be molding. Anyways, selections were made to cover as many fan favorites. Basically they wanted to cover every fan favorite artifact that people really liked, but they also didn't go through and do a huge tuning pass, so some perks may not be as effective as they once were, which is gonna be sad, but at least seeing them back will be interesting. And for everyone that's invested, or everyone that was around during Season of the Lost, I think it's Season of the Lost or something. I'm pretty sure this perk right here, this little fecker right here, I'm 90% sure that's either breach and clear or some dual grenade and rocket ammo thing. I'm not sure. I think it's breach and clear, but I'm not sure. We'll have to see once we get in game. I'll definitely be having more reactions to this stuff in game, but yeah. Anyways, Anti-Champion 2.0, basically they want to have every intrinsic every frame of weapon is getting an effect, champion stunning capabilities, and we're gonna get into them right now. Weapon type: aggressive frame weapons, unstop. High impact frames, unstop. High impact makes a little more sense than aggressive frames. I'll go over this in a bit, but yeah. Precision barrier, adaptive barrier. Precision makes more sense here than adaptive frames do, but whatever. Lightweight overload and rapid fire overload. Rapid fire makes the most sense here. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna talk about these. I feel like some of these should be changed. Like aggressive frame maybe should be put in lightweight in this. Lightweight should be put in lightweight should be put in adaptive, and adaptive should be put at unstop. At least that's how I feel personally about it. Because I feel like specific weapon types don't really fit into like the thing. I don't know though. It's not my game to complain about. While this covers most weapons in the game, here are what more the niche and transit frames you see. So here are what the niche frames, like the support frame, auto rifles, and all that stuff. Basically the super niche ones that don't have many weapons. Support auto rifles have overload, which makes sense. Adaptive burst linear fusions have barrier, which also makes sense. Area denial frames, breach GLs have overload, which does make sense. Double fire grenade launchers have unstop. I don't know if that makes a ton of sense. Micro missile frame grenade launchers get unstop as well, which also kind of doesn't make sense, at least to me. Waveframe GLs have unstop, which I don't know, that doesn't feel like it makes sense either. Compressed wave frames get unstop, which does kind of make sense. Heavy burst hand cannons get unstop, which again, we have like 5 weapons in a row that get unstop, which we don't need this. I'm gonna be honest, we don't need this much unstoppable capabilities, because I'm gonna be honest, unstops are probably the easiest type of champion to deal with. I'm gonna be honest, because you could realistically just brute force them down to finish your level and then just finish them off. Unstops are literally the easiest champion to handle, yet they have the most, I believe they have the most weapons to deal with them, I believe. I don't know why that is. Heavy burst being unstopped does make a little more sense than some of these others though, but that's all. Spreadshot hand cannon has overload, which is interesting. I won't say it makes sense to me, but it is interesting. That's what I will say. Aggressive burst SMGs have unstop, which why we go. Honestly, I feel like this would be better as barrier, but that's not mine. Aggressive burst pulse rifles unstop, which this honestly kind of makes sense. Heavy burst pulse, this makes more sense than this one. If anything, this one should have probably been barrier. Heavy burst pulse rifles get unstop. Legacy, literally, I believe there's only one frame of this weapon in the game, and it's the battler, and it gets barrier, which I guess we're giving one specific weapon barrier. Rocket assisted pulse has unstop, and rocket assisted sidearm has unstop. These two make zero sense to me. These should both be barrier. I'm going to be fully honest. These should both definitely be barrier. Disruption frame snipers get barrier. Caster frame swords get barrier. Vortex frames get overload, which that honestly makes the most sense to me. Wave frame swords get unstop. Dynamic heat weapons get overload, and balanced heat weapons get overload. Exotic weapons that are also getting intrinsic champion. Barrow Dryad, which is the SMG that I still don't have, overload makes sense. Izanagi's getting barrier, obviously makes sense. Trinity Ghoul getting overload does make sense. It's an arc bow. Xenophage getting unstopped makes a lot of sense. Parasite getting barrier is definitely interesting. I will miss the days of watching War. We bounced off the barrier though. Those were funny moments. Rest in peace those days. Joseph Toon 17th, as I used to call this, gets unstopped, which I don't know if that makes a ton of sense, but whatever. Yeah, and these are more like. Wait, does Xeno have a catalyst right now? I don't think Xeno has a catalyst actually. At least not in game. I don't think it does. I'm not entirely sure. I'm probably popping us the image of it on screen now if I even remember, because this is a long bit. This is a large video to edit, so I might not remember. But I don't think Xeno has it that. Cataphract, obviously. I don't know what Cataphract's here. Oh, well, it has a I get Cataphract having barrier feels weird. Vendor updates. Alright. Vendor updates. Basically, they're adding the, they have the reputation track back, which, yay. I don't know. I felt like it was better without the reputation track. I'm gonna be honest, the reputation track better give us some good stuff. That's all I know. Is it? They better be. They bet the reputation tracks better be better than how they used to be. That's all I'ma say. They will have they'll have focusing gear tiers. They'll have added new gear from Edge of Fate and everything beyond. Weapons will be focusable at tier 3 and 4, depending on the player's power level, and sometimes they can possibly upgrade to tier 5, I think. I don't know. Focusable armor will go up to tier 5 focusing. Fuse gear focusing will work on the vendors. Weapons will be focusable at tier 3 or 4. Tier 3 is 300 to 399 power. Tier 4 is from 400 power and beyond. Tier 2 weapons may be upgraded to tier 5. And then armor is focusable on based off power level or light level. Tier 3 is from basically the same. Tier 4 is from 400 to 519 power, and Tier 5, which is misspelled TIOR, which is it's very much misspelled. I did not even notice that. I almost skipped over it myself. Tier 5 is at 520 power, or Tor 5. Huh. It's not that changed. I don't think it's not misspelled anymore. Interesting. Maybe it was something. I don't know. 801 updated the shader inventory, added additional shaders. Year 1 impact shaders, 4 release shaders. Alchemy Scorch, Bone Meal Bone, Brine Glow and Charred Plumage. Increased the number of available shaders from 3 to 6. Still randomly rotates 2 available shaders each reset. 801's Legacy Armor is no longer on a rotation. Expanded selection to all armors for transmog reasons. Updated Threader bounty reset no longer resets seasonally. Instead, players will be able to earn 1 additional Threader bounty per class per week. New bounties will be available each week at weekly reset. Maximum number of available Threader bounties per class is 10. What this makes me think that, like, okay, hold up. This bit right here does make me think that it's gonna be on a system of, like, if you do all 10 of your bounties, you'll only get 1 back until 10 weeks have passed. That's what it makes me think of. Like, every week reset, you'll get like 1 bounty back, and you'll have to do this, just live without having that 1 bounty back. I think that's how it's going to work. I'm not fully sure, but who knows how it works. Drifter, basically what we went over here. Gambit reputation reward track is being restored. Updated Gambit focusing gear additions. Tiered focusing will use Gambit engrams. Now includes tiered Gambit gear, including new Gambit weapons and armor. Basically the same up here. Includes tiered gear from Edge of Fate, Ashen Iron, and Renegades. Upgraded clan engrams to get tiered gear. Saint 14 basically the same as up here. And it'll use trials engrams. Saladin, basically the same as up here. Focusing will utilize Iron Banner ciphers obtained through Iron Banner match completions. Iron Banner will maintain its event card and not see. Wait, what? Iron Banner will maintain an event card and will not see its reputation reward track restored. Okay, so it's not fully the same, but it is basically the same. Shag's basically the same as the others that we've talked about. It'll use Crucible engrams. Crucible gear will require Crucible ciphers, which can be attained via competitive Crucible, which is definitely kind of cringe, because who wants to play comp in this day and age? Zer is basically the same. It's basically the same. Reward track has been restored. Purchasing from Zer grants reputation. His inventory is getting updated. New catalyst added to inventory. Tiered armor. As well, basically the same thing that we mentioned up there, except for Nightfall ciphers. Players that have in their inventory will be automatically updated to Vanguard ciphers. Rewards from Cold Arms are available to pick up from Zal for those who have earned but not yet received them. Updated the rotation for weekly Vanguard's armor rewards. And tiered focusing will use Vanguard and grants. Pinnacle Ops, Arena Ops gear required Vanguard ciphers, which can be attained via Pinnacle Ops and Arena Ops activities, which is definitely interesting. And destination vendors are updated gear to be distributed at Tier 3. Attune anywhere. Basically you can attune from orbit or really anywhere, basically. And here's attunement, what it exists for. Distortion. Attunement exists for the following activities: Distortions, World Drops, Solo Ops, Fireteam Ops, Arena Ops, Pinnacle Ops, Crucible Ops, Trials of Osiris, Gambit, Ironbrainer, Gambit, Onslaught, and Sparrow Racing League. Which you'll definitely see me basically gremlining in Gambit because I want spare rations. But yeah, you can see it'll be available for basically everything. Attunement, you can attune to literally anything, anything from any game mode. So say if you want to do something for Gambit, Ironbrainer, if you want to tune something for Gambit as well as World, as well as maybe Onslaught, and then Trials or Comp or wherever, you want to attune to multiple things, you can, because I believe they do say that. Yeah, at any time, players can be attuned to one weapon for each activity type. For example, players can be attuned to Crime Mutiny and Solo Ops, Nightshade and Fireteam Ops, and Visual Ops at the same time. And attuning to a weapon means you'll have a significantly higher drop chance from activity rewards, but it does not make it guaranteed. That's all I will say. And then that's it for the Dev's Insight article about weapons, about this whole thing, and this has been, holy shit, this took an hour. Okay, never mind, this video is actually probably gonna be 3 hours long, because there genuinely is not a lot to cut out. Oh my god. I seriously hope you guys are enjoying this video, but I will catch you when I'm on to the next article, which I'll be back in a little bit for that. Alright, the final one of at least this recording session. This week in Destiny, 5/29/2026, otherwise known as last week's TWAB, or for you guys watching. Actually, no, for you guys watching this, because you're watching this on Friday, probably late Friday, unfortunately, because this is coming. This will probably be going out decently late. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. But anyways, basically, this is a bunch just of PvP stuff. I'm probably gonna quickly gloss over PvP stuff. Pantheon rewards, Pantheon, or all this stuff will probably definitely go deeper into depth with, but Crucible PvP stuff I'll definitely probably be quickly going over. Global all multi-charge abilities will now start with one charge full instead of all charges full. Void, Hunter Invis in general is greatly increased opacity to make players more visible. Scatter grenades have reduced chase distance against players by 50%, and then reduced the amount of grenade energy ability gains from perks by 12.5%. Hunter Solar Deadshot Super has reduced energy refund for kills by 40%. Warlock Pocket Singularity got its tracking nerfed by 60%. Arc Knockout got its melee range bonus versus enemies nerfed or removed entirely. Thank God, Titans but even then, Titans are still gonna be pretty powerful in the Crucible. Corrected this issue on where bonus damage could be applied too early, increasing the damage of the melee that activated, causing unexpected one-hit kills in the Crucible. And then Diamond Lance reduced freeze AoE damage versus enemy players. Players can no longer quick plot to them with Diamond Lance. Okay, I think this is probably the most impactful and important change, is that Titans finally are catching some nerfs, but it's not a ton of nerfs. Even for these guys, it's not a ton, even for them. Artifacts are disabled, like we went over in the last section. Artifacts are now disabled. Yeah. Exotic armor, Demo Suffusion, I think. Increased time between damage checks against players, and nothing manacles reduced extra seekers created from 4 to 3, reduced the range of lifetime of the extra seekers. Feedback fences no longer provide any damage resistance against other players, which obviously is probably the best. Ammo system, reduced point. We already went over this in the last section. Basically, these changes are in the last section, but I am gonna go over them here, I guess, since they're listed. We're gonna go over them extremely quickly, though. Sorry, I was looking at my AC. Reduced point gains from special ammo, special and heavy ammo kills, and assists and super kills by 33%. Glaive melee points gains decreased by 20%. Reduced adaptive burst linear fusion ammo from 5 to 3. Reduced bitter end to ammo crates from 75 to 62 to bring it into line. Weapons, high impact. Auto rifles with high impacts increase RPM from 360 to 400 to compensate for faster TTK, I think. Time to kill. Reduce damage scalar from 0.7 to 0.6 by literally reducing it by 0.1%. Reduce damage from 24 to 22 includes Vex and Saros and excludes Cerberus and Sweet Business. Adaptive frames increase base damage from 15 to 15.5 and critical hit from 26.25 to 27.1. Lightweight pulse rifles reduced base damage from 19.7 to 18.8 and critical hit damage from 31.5 to 30.1. Legacy frames, they're reverting their nerf to their ADS damage fall off. Increased the scalar by from 1.6 back to 1.7. High impact frames increased from 1.6 to 1.7. Scout rifles reduced base damage from 28 to 27.3 and critical hit from 54.6 to 53.25. Aggressive frame hand cannons reduced base damage from 49 to 48.7 and critical hit damage from 90.65 to 90.1. Last word, increased stability on M&K by 10% and increased aim assist while hip firing on M&K by 10%. Perks, Adhigo, reduced damage bonus on hand cannons by 3% from 30 to 27. Full choke, pellet spread increase. Pellet spread is now reduced by 5% instead of 3.25%. Shot package intrinsic now reduces spread from 2.5 by 2.5 when aiming down sights. Unified crucible amps, yeah, okay. I'm gonna be honest, I don't care about PvP stuff, so I'm gonna quickly go over this stuff as well. Control outlier protection matchmaking replaced by Iron Banner control when active. Competitive rank-based matchmaking, Rumble, open skilled matchmaking, quick play, open skill matchmaking, rotates game modes weekly. Mayhem, Rift, Relic, Momentum, Scorched, Supremacy, Clash, Zone Control, and Hardware Mix. 6v6 is replaced by Iron Banner Quick Play when active. Small Team Quick Play, open skill matchmaking, rotates game modes daily. Survival, Heavy Metal, Elimination, Hardware Mix, 3v3s, Arena Collision, 4v4s. Lockdown, Class, Elimination, replaced by Trials of Osiris when active, which is basically every weekend. It's in order to keep players more focused, I believe. Okay, sorry, I was checking on the I usually think that's just a tape. Yeah, I'm just gonna write it off as it's just the tape being weird. I don't know. Anyways, as I was saying, limited time modes, Trials of Osiris, Passage Race matchmaking available every Friday through Tuesday on weeks when Iron Banner is not active, which Iron Banner is active every 4 weeks, once a month basically. Replaces Small Team Quick Play, Iron Banner Control, Outlier Protection matchmaking available for 1 week every 4 weeks, like I said, once a month. Replaces Control, except for the only exception to this rule, I believe, is this month. It won't be available this month. It'll be available starting June 9th. July 9th, I think. I think that's how it works. I don't know. If it changes, it changes. That's what I'm assuming it's available at, though, by the way. Iron Banner Quick Play, open skill matchmaking, available for 1 week every 4 weeks, rotates between tributes, Tribute Force, Interruption, replaces Quick Play. Sparrow Racing League and private matches, updated rewards. This is the Hunter armor for, I think, base Crucible. It's alright. It's not the best. This is the Titan armor. If I could zoom in. And this is Warlock armor, which all of it looks kind of alright. It's just alright. Armor set, Triumpharal Anthem, 2-piece Scoot Salute Sliding collects nearby ammo and temporarily grants enhanced reload speed and handling to your weapons. 4-piece Shoot to Scoot, dealing damage with your weapons temporarily grants an enhanced slide. You gain damage resistance while sliding. That could be used in Crucible or PvE, honestly. I don't know what it would be used for more, but sometimes the armor set bonuses can be negligible just due to how short their timer is. Like, I don't know. Anyways, weapons. I believe this is just Crucible. This is just these are base Crucible weapons. The Hellsman. I'm pretty sure these are base Crucible weapons. The Hellsman Arc High Impact Bolt Action Sniper Rifle. Reprised, and these are reprised weapons back fully tiered and with new perk options. Drox's Longsword, Better Devils, Unending Tempest, Randy's Throwing Knife, Autumn Wind, Out of Bounds, Sorrow's Verse, Solaris Epitaph, The Keening, and Frozen Orbit. Returning weapons from Edge of Fate through Renegades will still be earnable. Riptide, Moss, and Atheros 4, Mida Macro Tool, Pure Recollection, Returned Memory, Stars and Shadows, and Quavinctus 4. I was about to say Vi, but I don't know why. Newly tiered weapons from the pre-Edge of Fate that are coming back as tiered version. This is with the same perks that they had last time they were released. Retrofuturist, Anonymous, Autumn, and Last Perdition, New Ship, Sparrow, Ghost are all post-game drops. Glory of Shax, this is the ship, which is Shax related. This is the Sparrow, which is obviously Shax related as well. And this is the Ghost, which is obviously Shax related. For ghosts who face combat with enthusiasm. New emblem and shader on Shax's reward tracks. New modifier, Arena Collision. Arena Collision is a 4v4 game mode that harkens back to the original style sandbox with a more methodical gameplay focused on weapons and map knowledge and movement. Fight over the heavy ammo crates to help control the objective and enjoy greatly reduced penalties for hip firing and airborne gameplay. Primary ammo weapons. Damage unchanged, hip fire accuracy and aim assist penalties are decreased. Special weapons, disabled. Heavy weapons. Damage decreased. The game starts with 3 heavy ammo crates, 1 for each side, 1 neutral. Crates that respawn on a wave of 120 seconds. Cooldowns, which is every 2 minutes. Which I believe is every 2 minutes. Because 90 seconds is a minute and 30 seconds. And yeah, it's 2 minutes, I believe. Crates are not shared. General weapons, all weapons granted, plus 60% airborne effectiveness. Radar heavily modified. Base radar range has been decreased, no longer expands dynamically. Players will only show up on the radar if they are shooting, sliding, sprinting, jumping, or have heavy ammo. Within the center circle, players will show up as dots instead of illuminated wedges. Grenades base cooldown has been disabled. Getting final blow will refund grenade energy, the amount of which is based on the base cooldown of your grenades not. Melees, power melees are disabled. Melee damage has been decreased. Glaive melee damage has been further reduced. Class abilities have been disabled. Class ability base recharge has been disabled. Getting final blow will refund class enemies, and it's basically the same as grenades. Supers are completely disabled. 3PD is completely disabled. Respawns are 7 seconds, and reses are enabled. New addition to private matches. Heavy metal inspiration leagues have been added, obviously. More on them earlier in the video, to be honest, actually. Classic Cannon. Would everyone super? No one is. This modifier is filled with 30 seconds of fun style loops and power spikes, but players are much less resilient. And plays most similarly to Tier 1 star of Crucible. Primary weapons, body shot damage is significantly increased. Special weapons, damage is significantly increased. Special ammo meter progress is significantly faster, and you can obtain twice as much ammo after death. The game starts with special ammo crates, active and crates are shared. Heavy ammo weapons, damage significantly increased. A single heavy ammo crate will spawn at a neutral location on a 240-second cooldown, which I believe is every 4 minutes. I'm pretty sure it's every 4 minutes. And the crate is shared. General weapons aim assist is slightly reduced. Radar is unchanged. Grenades cooldowns are doubled, but damage is greatly increased. And basically the same for melees and class abilities. And supers cooldowns are half, but damage taken from weapons, grenades, or melees while in super is greatly increased. Camera remains unchanged, and respawn is 5 seconds, no revives. Software, the opposite of hardware. Throw more grenades and melees and supers and look good while doing it. Primary weapons. Every weapon type is disabled. Primaries, specials, and heavies are all disabled. General weapons are disabled. Radar is unchanged. Cooldowns are greatly decreased for grenades, melees, class abilities, and supers. Cameras fixed in third person. Revives are 5 seconds, and there's no revives. We've had a new rule set for Rift for private matches. A single round Rift allows the game to play continuously from start to finish with no resets after Spark is dunked. And here we are with renewed competitive rewards. This is the competitive hunter armor. Looks kind of probably could have done better. Here's the Titan armor. I have no comment on Titan armor because I don't main Titan. And here's Warlock armor. Armor set. I don't want to say it because this is the one I don't want to say because I'm worried about messing it up. But per Audacia? I don't know. Like I said, I tried. Per Audacia. 2-piece primary chain, primary ammo weapons, primary ammo weapon final blows. Grants a stacking bonus to mobility and primary ammo range and handling until you're defeated. Sublime transit, increased mobility and grants enhanced sprint and slide distance. Note these benefits do not stack with the enhanced sprint or slide provided by exotics or abilities. They do stack with things that increase movement speed via a scalar like lightweight or killing wind. Weapons, new Solemn Light, an arc, lightweight 140 RPM hand cannon. I'll be honest, I'm not going for this unless it has explosive payload, which we don't know because they didn't say anything about weapon perks. Reprised weapons, Rose, Redix, Estoc, Mercurial Overreach, Deadlock, Belisarius, D, and the Reposit. Returning is Solemn Remembrance and Peculiar Charm. I'm assuming all these will be tiered and all that stuff, like as per usual, as they have been in the past, as they are mentioned above. Alongside the new competitive glory armor set, returning and the returning weapons, we're also adding 2 new emblems to be earned. New competitive emblem on the Crucible. This requires 77 wins on competitive playlists to unlock this emblem. No, it does not say 77 wins in a row, so thank God. I could actually manage to get this possibly eventually at some point. New Ascendant Zero emblem, Last Guardian Standing. Works the same way as the original Ascendant Zero emblem. We earn points for wins in Ascendant Zero. The more points for wins at higher ranks, the number of points you have to determine. This is a draw chance for the emblem. After earning 1,000 points, guarantees the next emblem on your next win. Progress towards earning the emblem only begins after you acquire the Umbra Echelon, which is still able to be earned. Map weighting changes. Reduced maps from Solitude Clash from high to normal. Dissonance Clash from high to very low. Rusted Lands chance from Dissonance being able to be picked on Clash on very high is criminal. Rusted Lands Clash normal to low. Widow's Court Clash from low to very low. Ha, get screwed with Widow's Court. No one likes you as a map. Anomaly Collision low to very low. Removed Multiplex, Exodius Blue Clash, Twilight Gap Clash, and Vostok both modes very low to 0. Child of Osiris map rotations, we're gonna go quickly through them. One map is randomly selected from each of the 2 pools below. Burnout, Javelin, and Endless Veil are 33.3333 repeating chance per map. Pool 2, all Pool 1 maps, so Burnout, Javelin, and Endless Veil are all included in Pool 2 and in Pool 3. But here are the Pool 2 maps. Alder Flame, Pacifica, Cirrus Plaza, Eventide Labs, Dead Cliffs, Meltdown, Solitude, Radiant Cliffs, and Wormhaven. 8.33% chance per map, which is significantly lower than that 33% chance. And then Pool 3 has all of Pool 1 and 2 maps, so you could get anything from what I mentioned in Pool 1 and 2 into Pool 3. And all remaining maps except for Convergence, Rusted Land, Multiplex, Citadel, and Exodius Blue on a 3.23% chance per map. which basically this makes it possible for you to get all three pools could just pick Burnout or Endless Veil all 3 times. That's basically what this does, but it also gives the ability for you to have like Endless Veil, Altar Flame. It gives you the chance to have Endless Veil, Sirius Plaza, and I think whatever map is remaining outside of obviously these ones. And here's the Hunter's Trials armor, which, and I have better armor. Is that a Reed's? I can't tell if that's Reed's Regret or not. I can't tell. The cloak as the icon looks good, and so does the chest piece looks decent. The arms, I don't know. Here's the Titan armor, which is as per usual. Titan armor is kind of And here's the Warlock armor, which those horns kind of are interesting, but outside of that, the rest of the Warlock armor is kind of Armor set: Cruel Electrium, 2-piece primary survivor. When an ally is defeated, primary ammo weapons gain increased handling, reload speed, target acquisition, and reduced flinch. Bonus increases when multiple allies are dead at the same time, or when you're running solo. Primary Phantom. Fundables with primary ammo weapons remove you from radar for a short time. Drawing a weapon that does not use primary ammo, like a special weapon or heavy ammo weapon, will immediately remove the effect. Weapons. The new weapons that are coming: Willful Harmenta, Arc Adaptive Burst, Linear Fusion, which is an interesting choice. Reprised weapons, which is making me cry. Reprised weapons include the Messenger, the Summoner, the Scholar, Soulless Scar, Ashes Care, Exalted Truth, Keen Thistle, Inquisitor, Igneous Hammer, Shut Hero's Wrath, Iron's Soul, Exile's Curse, Tomorrow's Answer. Returning weapons: the Marlet, Conjurum Hammer, Immortal, Cataphract, GL3, Astral Horizon, Ever-Burning Glitz, Burden of Guilt, the Arius, Neutralizer, Arulic, Disabler, Ashia's Embrace, Unwavering Duty, and Forgiveness. Newly tiered, Reed's Regret, and yesterday's question. I hate going into fucking Trials because I just hate Trials as a game mode. I really fucking despise. Actually, we'll go over this right after we finish this, which getting told up. Yeah, I just noticed it. Shut up. I'll get to it in a second. Or we've been recording for 20 minutes. Bonus focus pools replacing the bonus focus pools. Bonus focus pools will be replacing the weapon as a weekly focus. Now, focus pool of weapons that drop in addition from the base rewards. This also will have its own focus pool as well, home to some of the best weapons that Trials has to offer. I will say this: bonus focus seems to be more of like just the additional weapons that can drop on any given week or from any given thing, but it is not the only source of that can drop them. It will not be the only source that can drop them. I will say that. Which week 1 is the Scholar, Exile's Curse, Soulless Scar, Forgiveness, Ashes Embrace, Conjurum Hammer, and Astral Horizon as the bonus focus pool. Week 2 is Ashes Care, Keen Thistle with 2 ends. Willful Harmenta, the Immortal, Burn of Guilt, Unwavering Duty, and Cataphract GL3, which will be Week 2's bonus focus pool. Week 3 is Exalted Truth, Eye of Soul, Tomorrow's Answer, Ever-Burning Blitz, Arulic, Disableizer, Aurelius, Neutralizer, and the Marlet from Week 3's bonus focus pool. And the Lighthouse's bonus focus pool is Igneous Hammer, Messenger, Shayur's Wrath, Summoner, and the Inquisitor. Now, I'm gonna take a pause in the meme here for a second. I'm not gonna go on these, but this is a pause in the meme for a second. I'm so upset that I had to go back, because I do want to see how... Okay, realistically, it'll depend on all the perks that we get to see on these weapons. It'll really depend. Personally, here are the weapons that I'm basically just base level interested in. I'm interested in this new one because it's obviously an adaptive frame burst, which means it shoots in... It's like Storm Chaser. It will shoot in bursts of 3. And then, obviously, I'm interested in Soulless Scar. Keen Thistle, I'm slightly interested in. Igneous Hammer getting tiered is making me cry because I had to go back and farm this weapon from Trials for like the 4th time, which I don't want to go back to fucking Trials. Shear's Wrath getting also... Shear's Wrath also getting re-tiered is sad because I don't want to go back for these fucking weapons in Trials, because Trials is just suffering. I genuinely despise PvP modes, especially Trials when people are just toxic. If you see me in Trials, just let me exist, honestly. Eye of Soul, which is the sniper, which I really like the design of, which is, I'm hoping, praying that it's good in PvE as well as PvP. I'm praying that it's good in PvE. And then Tomorrow's Answer, which, yeah. And then returning ones, I really have nothing of interest. There's nothing of interest here, except for maybe Ever-Burning Glitz, getting a better Ever-Burning Glitz. Maybe Aurelius Neutralizer if it has updated perks, and Forgiveness if it has updated perks. Reed's Regret. I cannot tell you how much I farmed for the original Reed's Regret that I still have to this day. Having to farm for farm up that reputation to get to that free Reed's Regret that Saint had on his rewards track was so much pain, and having to re-experience that grind does not exhilarate me because it's fucking Trials. I absolutely despise Trials. Ugh, that's such a pain in the ass, especially since I believe not this week, but I believe last week or the week before, Zer was selling a God World 1, which is just sad. And then yesterday's question, which is Arcane Cannon. We'll have to see if it has decent updated perks, but this is the ghost shell that you'll get from Trials. I think it's Saint's reward shell. Yeah, 2 new sets of ships, sparrows, and ghosts for you to collect, as well as a new emblem and shaded on Saint 14's reward track. I guess these are the ones, I don't know what these are from, but here's the ghost shell. Here's another ghost shell. Here's one of the sparrows, which this looks fucking cool. I really like this sparrow. Here's the other sparrow, which looks fucking cool as well. I love both these sparrows, but I'm not sure how you get them. I'm assuming it's through Flawless. I'm assuming this one's at least through Flawless or something, which makes me sad, but it is what it is. I'll probably get this sparrow, but I probably will never get this one. This ship looks kind of it looks alright. And then this ship looks interesting. Christ. Iron Banner, renew Iron Banner rewards. This is Iron Banner's loot, which if the arms were symmetrical, I would love them, but it seems like if this was on the other side of the arm as well, I would love this set. I do like the legs. The cloak has my interest. The arms would have had my interest if it would have been this on the same side, but of course we could never have nice things. Titans get like the farmer bull hat and all this, which class items kind of interesting to me here. Outside of that, the helmet maybe, but outside of that, nope. Warlocks interest me in maybe just their overcoat. That's about it. Anyways, Iron Banner rewards, they're basically the same as always, so we're gonna go over them. Primary honing increases handling when in primary and handling and reload speed for primary weapons. Primary weapons gain increased damage versus non-boss combatants based on your weapon stat. Which this is definitely good for like, this will definitely be good for casual PvE gaming probably. Honestly, this entire set is more meant for PvE than PvP, really. Like, this is the only set that I would see that you might want PvP for, but it gains increased damage against non-boss combatants based on your weapon stat, and then final blows with your super is active, refunds super energy when it ends. Like, oh my, I hate that PvP. I'm gonna be honest, I'm sorry, but I hate that PvP, that you had to play PvP to have good PvE stuff, and that you had to play PvE to have good PvP stuff sometimes. I just hate that, I'm gonna be honest. I do hate that. Because if it was up to me, I would not have any crossover between PvE and PvP, to be honest, but I just have to think that once I get all the stuff that I want from Trials, I never have to go back to Trials ever again, unless I just do it for suffering. I never will have to go back to Trials if I don't want to after getting everything. But regardless, Prized weapons that are returning, that are, as always, they are newly tiered and all that. Felwinter's Lie, Multi-Mock, Lethal Abundance, Forward Path, Pointless Stag, Wise Under Boot, Pressurized Precision, Criminal's Dagger, the Time War Spire, World the Bear, Ganora's Axe, and Included Finality. Returning weapons, Reghusks Pledge, and Finite Impactor. And newly tiered, Tusk of the Boar, Frontier's Cry, Archeon's Thunder, Reese Walker, Tenacious Mastery, Peace Bond, Allied Demand, The Hero's Burden, Claws of the Wolf, Jorm's Claw, and Bite of the Fox. Bonus focus pools, these are basically the same as Trials. They will alternate each time Iron Banner is active. The first Iron Banner, which will be in July, unless it changes, which I don't know. The Forward Path, Time War Inspire, Wise Under Boot, Criminal's Dagger, Ganora's Axe, Felwinter's Lie, and Result's Pledge. The second Iron Banner, which probably has everything that everyone is actually everyone that actually has a brain in PvE is actually interested in, is Multi-Mock, Finite Impactor, Occluded Finality, Lethal Abundance, Pressurized Precision, Point of the Stag, World, and Roar the Bear. Honestly, for weapons in terms of Iron Banner, there's only a few that interest me. Felwinter's Lie does interest me to see if it has any capability with PvE. Multi-Mock, I would like a good multi-mock with kinetic tremors and something else in the first slot back. Maybe I'll keep it with attrition orbs. And that's about it for this. For this Finite Impactor, maybe I'd have to see how well it is, but I do have Igneous Hammer, which I would have probably gotten by the time Iron Banner comes back around for the first time. And then from this, possibly Archeon's Thunder, because that's the Stasis LMG, Reese Walker, because that's the Stasis Shotgun, Tenacious Mastery, which is the Stasis Rocket Assisted Sidearm, and that's about it. Pantheon! The reason that probably everyone is here because they want to hear my reactions to Pantheon. Monument of Triumph. Okay, I'm not reading all this. I'm gonna be honest. At launch, 2 activities will be available with the lineup with the unique lineup of bosses. The first Saturday after launch, which would be obviously the same week as the launch. A third activity will unlock, which challenges players to take on a full gauntlet of bosses. The following Tuesday, we basically reset. Rotators begin featuring individual bosses, which will be interesting to see. Guardians can earn a new armor set for each class, a suite of weapons reprised from the original activities with the unique origin trait and holofoil variants, which makes me pissed off that Pantheon has holofoils, but it is what it is. Each multi-boss activity concludes with a vendor offering purchase of rerolls of items acquired for Spoils of Conquest, as per usual. Reprise Pantheon encounters have a chance to reward ornaments from their original armor sets. For example, Catalyst may drop armor ornaments related to the original base Leviathan. Raids for Guardians who not yet unlock them. Completing a new set of triumphs rewards emblems, exotic cosmetic items, and a new title. All activities will offer a new adventure. This is probably the best change. All activities offer new adventure difficulty aimed at players looking for lower stakes opportunity to learn, teach, and practice with success. This listed power cap allows for infinite reses, adds slack to the time requirements for some mechanics with the additional trade-off of limited lower tier rewards. That is probably the one thing that I want them to take from Res than I'm inputting everything, including the dungeons. They didn't put it in the dungeons. I don't think they ever planned to put it in the dungeons for teaching reasons. I'm glad it's at least in Pantheon in some form. Feats. We all know how I feel about the feat system. I fucking hate it. It's fucking stupid. I wish they would have stayed with the master versions of stuff. I really seriously hate the but Cutthroat Combatants 4+ reward, Challenges 3+, Shock Troopers 2+, and Token Limit, Phase Limit 1+. Basically, if you want to get tier 5s, you just have to have a grade of 2. Grade of 3 guarantees them sometimes. I don't know why grade 3 guarantees 2 and 4 has 3. I don't know. But 5 is obviously the best that you want to aim for every time. Basically, raids are getting all their weapons. Actually, I'm gonna go over this. To the end we've updated all. We wanted to provide a compelling reason for Guardians to Jesus Christ. We wanted to provide a compelling reason for Guardians to revisit their favorite raid and dungeon activities and Monument and Triumph. To that end, we've updated all the weapons of armor from pre-Edge of Fate raid and dungeon activities to now provide tier rewards. That means all raids and dungeons will drop tier armor, all dungeons will drop tiered weapons, and craftable raid weapons will have the tier bonus. This is accessible from the relic. For weapons, this unlocks all the features of gear tuning, including enhanced perks, barrels, mags, origin traits, cosmetics, and mods. For armor, this unlocks all the features of gear tuning plus unique set of bonuses for each raid and dungeon. In addition, oh my god. In addition, all raid weapons will gain updated perk pools, while dungeon weapons I'm assuming they will also gain updated perk pools, as in addition to gaining new origin traits, since a lot of their origin traits are either bad or some of them just don't have origin traits. But that's a good. Craftable raid weapons now have an option to be upgraded into tiered gear. Obviously, we went over that earlier in the video. New tiered armor will no longer drop with a slot for activity-specific mods. However, once acquired, these legacy armor pieces can now be purchased from Hawthorne with spoils, which is kind of wild that Hawthorne is going to be used still. Below is an example from Shattered Throne. Basically, Shattered Throne's armor set gain a powerful overshield while performing your finisher. When you finish a target, release a long burst around you. In Truth to Power, gaining increased damage resistance when you deal damage or land final blows. Finishers grant accelerated progress at max stacks. The recharge rate of your abilities is also increased, which is kind of sad that this comes from fucking Shattered Throne of all things. One of my least favorite dungeons is Shattered Throne because it's just bad. Everything about it's bad. I just hate everything about Shattered Throne, really. I just don't like it. But yeah, this is Shattered Throne set. Cool. Weekly the rotator is still gonna be here, returning with changes to incorporate tiered rewards. It'll be 4 featured activities between two raids and 2 dungeons will be featured. And then basically, here's what you can unlock in the featured raids each week. Since there's gonna be 2, there's 2 chances for there's technically 6 chances. Technically, if you want it to be entirely optimal for tier 5 weapons or armor, tier 5 weapons or deep sight weapons, or whatever, tier 5 armor, whatever you want, tier 5 from it, or deep sight, what you want from featured raids. On standard mode, you'd have 6 chances. You'd have 3 chances per raid because it's per character, I believe. If it's not per character, that would be wild. And I really don't see why it wouldn't be per character, but it'll be you'll probably have to run 6 raids each week to be the most effective. Standard will get you deep sight weapons or tier 5 armor from encounters and challenges any week that this is featured. Master is the same as standard plus adept weapons from challenges. Directed challenge, I have no idea what directed challenge means. Deep sight weapon or tier 5 armor, it has a weekly lockout. Hidden chest, tier 5 armor, weekly lockout. Deep sight chest, deep sight chest. Oh yeah, by the way, all these listed rewards are farmable unless noted with the weekly lockout thing, which is right here. Deep sight chest, deep sight weapon, or tier 5 armor if all patterns are complete. Note how it does not say this has a weekly lockout. I will say that. Vendor weekly deep sight purchase. Master offers adapts for 25 spoils. This doesn't have a weekly lockout either. The non-featured raid, which I'm gonna be honest, is very punishing, because if a raid doesn't have, okay, I'll go over this in a second, but standard has a chance for deep sight weapons and tier 3 armor, and master challenges and deep sight chest, deep sight weapons, and tier 5 armor. I will say this before we move on to the featured dungeons and non-featured dungeons, because it's going to be the same for non-featured dungeons, but non-featured raids because it drops so significantly, like, it drops genuinely so significantly in quality. Like, you could at least make these tier 4s instead of tier 3s. Tier 3 feels like a slap in the face, basically. And then, especially for raids that don't have master modes, like Deepstone, I believe Deepstone, Last Wish, and Garden, you will have to genuinely wait for them to be featured to get those tier 5 weapons or armor that you want from those raids. Which, by the way, I'm not sure, it's on like a couple weeks cycle, so you could be waiting up to maybe 3 weeks for one of these raids to come back into rotation, by the way, which isn't as bad as it used to be, because it used to be like purely like, I think at this point it would be 8 weeks for one of them to come back into rotation, because I believe there's 9 raids and 9 dungeons. I'm not sure, there might be a little more, there might be less or more, I don't know. I believe that there's 9 of them now. But having them master difficulty on all of them is I believe guaranteed deep sight and tier 5 armor, which does give more credence to doing master challenges and just doing master the challenges and the deep sight chest, which it gives more meaning for that. But not every raid has a deep sight chest like Lava Glass or Deep Stone. Like the only ones that have it, I believe, are Fruit of Nightmares and above that have the way to get deep sight chest. Every other, I don't know. It just feels so punishing, especially for the raids that don't have master modes. It just feels unnecessarily punishing. But the featured dungeons, standard mode gives you tier 5 weapons and armor, which is a W. Master gives you tier 5 weapons and armor, which, I'll be honest, if there's a raid that's featured, just do standard. It's easy. It'll be easier on you unless you want the challenge of master. Director challenge, which I have no idea what director's challenge is. Tier 5 weapons and armor, weekly lockout. Hidden chest, tier 5 weapons and armor, weekly lockout, which is definitely Sag. I kind of wish hidden chest didn't have the weekly lockout, but again, you have 3 chances. You have 3 chances to do any of the dungeons or get the hidden chest. You have 3 chances to get it, 1 for each guardian, obviously. You have 3 chances for these 2 as well, obviously. And then non-featured dungeon, tier 3 weapons and armor, and master tier 5 weapons and armor. Master difficulty for Grasp of Avarice and other dungeons that have master modes are good. Standard standard having, again, it's the same issue as non-featured raids. There are dungeons in the game that don't have a master mode, like Prophecy, Shattered Throne, and Pit of Heresy. Those 3 do not have master modes, so you will have to wait until the week that they are featured to get tier 5 weapons, which again could be up to 3 weeks before you even get them. Which is just disappointing, especially if you want to if you see the weapon roll, if you see the weapons, like say maybe Izaluna, like I don't know, I can't say that for as an example, but say for the raids that you want do Deep Stone crit because you see Posterity has like explosive payload and Vault Shadow or something like that. You want to do, I don't know, or like Commemoration has Demolitionist and I don't know, something else. They get updated perks basically, and like that's it. Like they're getting updated perks, but like or say like the origin trait is changed to be much better than how it is, or much better than how it is. Like you'd obviously want to go get them, but it's just like there's no point to do it because there's kind of no point to do it because 1, there's no master mode. 2, it'll be just tier 3 drops, which if you would want to go for, if you're someone that like me that prefers getting guaranteed tier 5 drops, then you can just wait until the raid is focused or the dungeon's focused, then go and get tier 5s. Because upgrading a tier 3 to tier 5 isn't the same, but it is what it is. More vault space and loadout. Vault is getting 300 more slots, and loadouts are getting up to 20. Basically, ornaments, weapon ornaments, you can have anything from common up to exotic armor on any armor now, even the class item, which is something that people have been asking for a long time, including me, which is a massive W. And then exotic ornament and collections, which Destiny announcements, basically an announcement page for anything that they might have coming up. Bright and Grand focusing basically will allow you to get anything that is in these engrams. So like you can get exotic emote, legendary emote, finishers. I think those are shaders, and then miscellaneous, and then there's ornaments, ghosts, ships, sparrows, and whatever else those are. Basically, here's what it costs. Standard decryption with no focusing is 0 bright dust, which is basically this. 300 bright dust, which I'm assuming would be this. I'm not sure fully how this works. but I think it might be this one. And then that's like legendary accessories, ghost ships, vehicles together, legendary shaders, legendary flare, holoships, ghosts, holograms, and transparent effects. 600 bright dust gets you 1 effortless engram, and 600 bright dust gets you exotic accessories, ghost ship vehicles individually, skimmers included in vehicles, legendary emotes single and multiplayer, and legendary finishers. In 900 bright dust and 1 effortless engram gets you exotic weapon ornaments, which is very cool. Exotic and emotes, which is very cool. Single player and multiplayer. Legendary and exotic armor ornaments, which is very cool as well. And eventually, and like they say here, they will eventually run out, and you will be blocked from purchasing them because there is nothing else to get. And then Bright Engram Focusing will include all these seasons of engrams, so take a second, look through them, pause if you have to, just take a second. I'll wait. Okay, your second's up, moving on. Evergreening, basically they want to... since Destiny 2 live service is getting ended in June 9th, they wanted ways to distribute Bright Dust and Chronologs and daily offers to the Eververse and Rewards Pass and all this stuff. Basically, Chronologs will now be one of the 4 featured currencies showed across the UI listed after Glimmer but before Silver. They will no longer take a spot in the inventory as a result. Bright Dust and Chronologs will shift their focus to be predominantly earned through the Seasonal Hub, which is the W change, with weekly earnable amounts going up as the Hub absorbs other sources. Rewards Pass, in addition to the shift to the Hub, Bright Dust and Chronologs will also be available through the Triumph Rewards Pass, which I'm assuming you'll have to pay for. So if you don't have that, like, how much ever it is, like 200, 600 silver or something, I don't know how much it is now. You have to cough up that money if you want to get it for the, as in part to compensate for the long delay. All Bright Dust on the I want to say this specifically. It says all Bright Dust on the Triumph Rewards Pass is on the free track. It doesn't say that Chronologs will be on there, but all Bright Dust is free. Score boost has been replaced by an additional set of XP boosts up to 50% personal and fire XP available. The 5 stages of XP boost will be automatically unlocked based on progress earned through the Lawless Rewards Pass, which is the current one that we are in right now until Tuesday. The Triumph Rewards Pass has received additional cosmetic rewards, including 2 additional armor ornament sets, 6 shaders, 2 accessory sets, 2 emotes, a finisher, a holochip, a ghost hologram, and a skimmer. Action 9 Rewards Pass and the Lawless Rewards Pass have been added to the Monument of Seasons Pass because it will be permanently available in the rewards screen. As the Triumph Rewards Pass will not be available to the Monument of Triumph Seasonal Pass because that'll be just the permanent one from now on. Seasonal armor bundles for the year final shape have been added to the relevant season and Monument of Seasons Pass. This will allow guidance to acquire samples so the armor is to unlock them as ornaments. Efforts will be shifting to more evergreen states. Some changes will be noticeable immediately, including new daily offers tab, while others will occur starting June 23rd. More details will be provided on the patch notes on June 9th, which is what I'll be reacting to live on stream. And that is everything. That is everything for this Friday Slate. Hopefully it was funny. There's a lot of great changes coming along with Monument of Triumph. It's very true. And our goal with this week's 3 articles will slay it out, well, almost often. We'll be there with you June 9th, trying out new exotics with new catalysts, taking down some old raid bosses one more time, fighting friends in the most ridiculous private Crucible matches, dropping an idea here, Javelin 4 with New Land Beyond only, getting some renewed versions of our fan-favorite returning weapons, definitely, and blasting the most annoying horn during late-night Sparrow Racing League races. Honk back if you like Destiny 2 as much as we do. Destiny 2 community team. This is not the end of the video, unfortunately. I do have one more TWAB that I need to go through with you guys to fully complete this video, but Jesus Christ. It has been a long hour and 40 minutes of me yapping to you guys in this recording session. I will be back later with the last bit of the TWAB, but stay tuned to this video. Jesus, this is gonna be like a 4-hour long video. I seriously hope you guys are enjoying this. Alrighty, hello everybody. This is the final part of this whole video, and this is the final Dev Insight story, or Dev Insight article, and then we have the final TWAB, as you can see up here, that's coming up. But we're gonna get right into this stuff. Welcome back. This is the last Thursday was all about last TWAB was all about the weapons, and sandbox. Today they'll be focusing on guardian abilities, armor, and exotic updates. Let's get into it. New solar and void aspects. Titan Sunbreaker Shield Burst. This is basically what it is. I'll give you guys a second to read all this. Alright, you've had a second to read it. Or you could just pause it. Enhance your crit to barricade with solar capabilities. Your barricades slide forward across the ground before stopping, allowing you to advance in safety. Ally barricade standing behind your barricade grants scorching rounds to you and your allies' solar and kinetic weapons. And while your barricade is deployed, activate your class ability again to remotely detonate it. Scorching combatants caught in the detonation and dealing damage increases the power of the blast. I'm gonna mute this, and this is what it is. I'm gonna show you guys the things, but this is basically what it is. Alright, see Terran barricade slides across the ground, and you can detonate it, which is pretty good. And then the rally barricade, you get that it's basically Carl type of thing. And it's basically, and I think that's roughly it. It grants it and it detonates as well, and it does that in 3 ways like that. That's basically it. Really, it's a pretty cool ability. Titans definitely have some good stuff in the arsenal. Basically turns your barricade into a wall glass of C4 charge. It'll charge over time. When it takes damage and you deal damage when it's active, the more charged up it is, the more damage it'll do. The more projectiles it'll throw out. Towering and rally barricades have their own unique functionality. It plays nice with exotic armors like Arbiter, Ward, and Hallfire Heart, and Capri's Horn. The ability damage is blocked by Roaring Flames, or the Roaring Flames aspect, and can create sunspots when paired with the Soul and Victor's aspect. Damage for this ability also scales with your class stat when your class stat is over 100, which is very good. Anyways, we're moving on to the next Hunter aspect, Crack Shot. It's activating a class ability fires up to 3 scorching shots at the target you've marked, aimed at targets to mark them, landing all 3 shots, cures you. Like the last one, we're gonna look at it. Like the last one, we're gonna look at the short little video that they have attached with it, unless we've already seen it. And it's marking 3 targets, and it can also mark a single target. I really like that little mini golden gun thing. That's really cool. I love that for Hunter. It's the ultimate gunslinger fantasy. Mark up to 3 targets, then dodge the quick draw flaming pistol, light them up with dead-eye precision. If you have a single target mark, it'll fire all 3 shots at them. If you have multiple targets marked, it will split the shots between them. Landing all 3 shots will kill you, providing some breathing room mid-combat. It can also be used while airborne, and the damage from this ability scales with the class stat when it's over 100, just like the last one. Really cool aspect. W Hunter aspect. There's some strong exotic armor combos, including Radiant Stance Machines, which is definitely very powerful, which will definitely be interesting, and 6's Coyote, which will also be interesting to see. Can combo the Scorch, stacks with other Scorch sources to cause ignitions. This also pairs well with On Your Mark and Gunpowder Gamble, as Crack Shot deals damage cancel their progress, which is a massive W, and then we've already seen this one. It's basically, once ready, press your melee ability and begin siphoning energy from all the enemies in front of you, dealing damage and gathering overshielding class ability from each target. We're not gonna watch this one because we've already seen it, and I've already seen it. You guys have probably already seen it, and there's more than likely a reaction short that's already either, if it's not up already, it'll be up later. But yeah. There's definitely just a lot that already has. Soul Siphon turns you into the life-chaining vampire mage you're always meant to be. The Voidwalker's Pocket Singulator melee has 2 charges by default, making the baseline uptime for the aspect high. But building into melee regeneration will make it pay off even further. Building into the melee stat can increase both the uptime and damage of Soul Siphon. It pairs well with exotic armor like Felwinter's Helm, Clouds of Ahamkara, and Karnstein armlets. The overshield this ability allows you to stay in the fight for longer. It pairs with Feed the Void aspect to give you higher devour uptime and a class ability. Energy you gain from draining enemies also pairs well with the Shadow Heal aspect. The Darkness Grenades. Stasis and Strand are near and dear to our hearts, and they deserve some love. We're adding 2 new grenades to the game with Monument and Shrine. Revenant. The Shattered Grenade, a grenade that sticks to combatants before exploding to race a stasis shrapnel. The shrapnel ricochets off the surfaces, hitting on damage to all targets in its path. Hitting a frozen target shatters it instantly and deals bonus damage. And we're gonna look at this one as well. Mute this, and we're gonna look at it. It's 14 seconds. Alright, that's the grenade. It explodes, it freezes, it explodes, and sends the shrapnel off. And if it's already frozen, it shatters instantly, which is it's a really cool thing. Really cool. Shatter Grenade's primary function is dealing damage, which it'd be interesting to see how this is dealt. This is how this is in boss damage. Although since it seems to be a stasis specific thing, people might not use it as much. I don't know, who knows. The direct hits will freeze combatants and slow enemy players. That's a big note to do. That's a big note to take into account, that it'll only slow enemy players, it won't freeze them. It's more effective in enclosed spaces when the shrapnel can bounce against multiple times to shred targets. It's also effective against loosely grouped enemies. If you throw it at an enemy who's already frozen, it'll explode immediately and deal extra damage. Hunter Revenant enjoyers will be happy to hear that the Touch of Winter aspect also has a unique interaction with this grenade. I think I'll be looking into that a bit on day one, so you'll have to stay tuned for that on the stream. On a related note, I think this is the grenade exploding. I'm pretty sure. On a related note, a while back we changed the stasis shatter damage to stun overload champions instead of unstopped champions. We were reverting this change of monument, so stasis shatter will now stun unstops instead of overloads. As Shatter Grenade's name implies, it'll stun unstops immediately on detonation, which is a W thing. Which is a W change that they shouldn't have never changed. Strand Slice Fire Grenade. A grenade that bounces and releases multiple whirling threads, severing targets. Basically says it right there. We're gonna watch over this. We're gonna watch this again. We're gonna watch this small one again, and let's see what it does. It's kind of hard to tell its effectiveness from this because, well, the first round kind of kills already. The first grenade throw kind of kills already. It's hard to tell the effectiveness from this. I guess you'll have to have enemies that actually live to see how much damage it does, but it seems to be pretty good at it clear so far right now. The Strand Slice Fire Grenade is a damage shield, that's very clear. First and foremost, it also severs targets, slowing their damage output after being thrown. The grenade can bounce on the ground. The grenade bounces along the ground, unleashing coiled strands that whip around, striking enemies up to 4 times. Damage can really pile up if you're able to land 4 lashes on a group of enemies. This grenade also has unique functionality when paired with the Warlock Reweaver Mindspell Invocation aspect, which will let you discover on your own. That'd be interesting to look at. I'm not a Warlock man, so we'll probably look at that. We already saw this one as well. But this generate Void Overshield for each combatant hit. Defeating at least one combatant grants additional overshield and refunds some melee ability energy. This significantly increases damage against void debuff targets and targets marked by On the Prowl, which is definitely interesting. And since On the Prowl does grant Invis, that means this technically can grant Invis, but we've already watched this one, so we're gonna go past it. Ushers in a new age of Night Stalker aggression, whereas tossing a smoke bomb is relatively passive action. Phantom Surge asks the Night Stalker to cut straight through the enemies, emerging stronger on the other side. The overshield you gain from hitting enemies is substantial. We'll have to really see about that. And our brilliant engineering team created new tech for this ability that allows you to face straight through enemy units. The damage is increased versus void debuff targets, giving a strong combo potential with other abilities and weapons. Like I said, the melee animation itself is cool. Giving just a void OS, we'll have to see how the void overshield works. While it's easy to dump on new abilities, let's not forget the classic smoke bombs getting some level 2 and now makes you and other allies invisible on default. By deployment, no finishing step required, which is a W. Other elements of Night Stalker kit are also being reworked, some of which we'll talk about in the next section. See, this is what I mean. Some of which we'll talk about in the next section. This is what I mean, that they're still holding back stuff for us to discover on day one, which is why you can't really assume a ton. You can't really assume Hunter is dead or any class is one particularly stronger than the other due to them maybe not releasing everything that they've reworked. I'm not sure. It's they say some of which we'll be talked about in the next section, which makes me think that there is more ability reworks and stuff that they haven't talked about. But regardless, Chopper's ambush, activate your air move to consume your class ability energy and dive to the ground. Damaging targets on impact. Damage is greatly increased if striking while you have any positive void status effect. Damaging enemies with this ability heals you, and defeating combatants with this ability grants Devour. Massive W. That it needed. Chopper's ambush did need a bit of a buff, especially with Prismatic being legitimately in the game. But let's look at this. Alright, there it goes. Devour. Did Void Invisibility grant? Was Void Invisibility? It did actually grant Void, it did actually grant Invis and Devour, but yeah. Previously had several ways to go invisible, but not many ways capitalize on invisibility. Chopper's ambush is now a substantial damage dealer, and that damage is increased if you cast it while invisible or under the effect of another Void buff. Casting it while invisible will refresh your invis when you hit the ground and retain its previous smoke-clad behavior when paired with vanishing step aspect. Chopper's ambush now uses class ability energy instead of melee energy, thus activates a class ability perks such as like Marksman Dodge and Gambler's Dodge. This enables you to combo with the new Phantom Surge melee in creative ways, which is a massive W. That's it. Definitely. I'm gonna be honest. Phantom Surge at base definitely needed that pairing. Finally, defeating enemies with Chopper's ambush against Devour, giving the Night Stalker more survivability than ever before. It also has a new animation, new VFX, and features a Void Blade instead of a Smoke Bomb. I actually didn't notice that. Does it? Actually didn't notice that. Oh yeah, there's the Void Blade. I saw that. Right there. I know it's kind of in poor quality, but there's not much I can do about that. Yeah, even 720p doesn't help it. Yeah, it's right there. That's the best I can really do. That isn't in-game. We already saw Water Dawn Titan. Basically, you're able to pick up the bubble, basically. And then Threadling Grenade. Hold the grenade input to charge your Threadling Grenade, causing it to weave a Threadling nest at the impact location, repeatedly spawns Threadlings. That's 1.2 mil. Let's check this out. Let's check this out. Oh, I almost forgot to mute it. Let's check this out, though. There's the Threadling nest, and it's spawning the little guys, and they go to attack other targets. That's a pretty cool aspect. I'm gonna be honest, that's a pretty cool aspect. I really do like that. And then the friends come back. But yeah, that's a pretty cool aspect. Oh, I did not mean to play it again, but it's a pretty cool thing. Aspect currently causes a Threadling Grenade to create a purchase Threadlings, but starting in the Monument of Triumph release, Aspect will charge your Threadling Grenade. Will cause your charged Threadling Grenade to spawn a Threadling nest in the world. Essentially allows you to weave a Threadling turret on the battlefield that gives you an additional angle attack. This nest also interacts with the service of Lusaku exotic machine gun to enhance its productivity, which is a massive W. 3 stasis harvest aspects, Tectonic Harvest, Grim Harvest, and Glacial Harvest needed some love, so we reworked them. Also, we reworked Frost Armor in the way that the stasis subclass creates shatter shards. All stasis subclasses now create shatter shards intrinsically. W. Shatter shards are now created when a stasis guardian shatters a stasis crystal or frozen enemy, or when they defeat a slot of frozen enemy. Harvest aspects. Harvest aspects give you Frost Armor when you pick up a Shatter Shard. While you have Frost Armor, defeating an enemy with the stasis or kinetic weapon has a chance to shatter the enemy, dealing damage around the shattered enemy. That's pretty good. Especially since it does a stasis weapon, so definitely gonna be using that a lot with Spirit Rations. While you have Frost Armor, taking damage now grants ability energy, which is definitely interesting. Titan is melee energy. Warlock is grenade energy, obviously. Hunter is class ability energy, which is definitely gonna be interesting. Reduce fragment slots from 3 to 2, which is, yeah, that's probably deserved. Frost armor stacks now melt off one at a time instead of all at once. That's probably for the best. Each type now grants slightly more damage resistance. Damage resistance at 5 stacks is increased by 4% from 31% to 35%. When using a stasis class, you can now create shadow shards without equipping the harvest aspects. The harvest aspects will continue to give frost armor when you pick up a stasis shard and grant the powerful benefit while you have frost armor. Meanwhile, frost armor now stacks now fall off one at a time. One stack falls off every 5 seconds by default, or 6 seconds for Whisper of the Rhine. So it'll take 25 seconds for you to lose frost armor entirely, allowing for much higher frost armor uptime. Yeah, because it falls off after 25 seconds, or it'll fall off after 30 seconds if you have Whisper of Rhine. But regardless, ability balance changes. Dawnblade heat rises for warlocks. While heat rise is active, now reduces the accuracy of combatant attacks versus the warlock and PvE only. That's gonna be pretty fun, especially with Wings of Sacred Dawn. Heat rises no longer decreases the initial burst of speed provided by activating Burst Glide. I don't think I've ever run into that issue, but I might have. Icarus Dash aspect, increased fragment slots from 2 to 3. W Icarus Dash getting buffed. We'd love to see it. Stormcaller, Chain Lightning melee, increased damage versus combatants by 100%. Now has 2 ability charges by default. Lightning Surge aspect, increased fragment slots from 2 to 3. I'm gonna be honest, I never used Arc Warlock, and I don't think I plan to, even with those changes. Void Walker, Child of God aspect, now suppresses combatants for a short time after the initial attack, which is, I think, suppression stuns? I don't know. Increase the child's max speed and acceleration by 100%. That's just funny to me. Increased fragment slots from 2 to 3. Nova Bomb Cataclysm Super. Allied projectiles now pass through the Nova Bomb projectile instead of colliding with it, so you can't pop. So I don't think Gunfire can pop the Warlock Nova anymore. So it can't pop the Nova anymore. Shadebinder Frostpulse aspect now grants 5 stacks of frost armor if the ability freezes the target. Increases fragment slots from 2 to 3. That is definitely very powerful. I will say that is definitely very powerful, because that's an immediate like 35% DR for like 5. Well, granted, it's for 5 seconds, but 5 seconds is 5 seconds. That could definitely save you. Brood Reaper, Wanderer aspect, Threadling Final Blows reduce your Tango cooldown by 1 second. I don't know if that's gonna remotely do anything, but who knows. Titan Sentinel Shield, Offensive Bulwark. While the player has a Void Overshield, Final Blows now grant melee ability energy, which definitely, I don't know how that will work. We'll have to see. Unbreakable aspect, Final Blows with Unbreakable Blast now grant power, which is definitely very powerful. And slightly increased the size of Unbreakable's Blast. Unbreakable definitely needed that, probably. I wonder if that works with Priz. We'll have to see though. Bastion aspect, increased fragment slots from 2 to 3. Shield Blast melee, increased damage versus combatants by 100%, which is definitely gonna be wild, but who knows? Because this could mean by PvP. This could also mean by PvP, but I don't know if it does. Regardless, I'm gonna assume that most of these aspects that it does share with Priz are getting updated as well. I don't know. We'll have to see. Thrust class ability now can be activated while airborne, which is I guess that's gonna be the Titan's air dodge now, like Warlock's Icarus Dash. Knockout aspect no longer grants a lunge increase versus enemy players, W. But this change should reduce awkward rubber banding and crucible melee battles, which is we've seen this change gone over like so many times at this point. Touch of Thunder aspect, Lightning Grenade now grants 5 stacks of bolt charge per hit. Flashbang Grenade now explodes on initial bounce in addition to its existing detonation. Stun Grenade increased storm duration by 0.5 seconds, increased maximum tracking speed versus combatants by 38%, and increased time to reach max tracking speed by 25%. Seismic Strike melee increased damage versus combatants by 100%. Sunbreaker, Hammer Strike melee increased damage versus combatants by 100%. Behemoth Diamond Lance got nerfed against players, which we've already seen. Chiroclasm, while sliding light have frost armor, now launches a stasis blade that shatters stasis crystals and frozen enemies in front of you. W. Glacial Quake Super heavy attack now deals additional damage in the area in front of the Titan. I think that's gonna make it better for Servitor boss and Vespers, but we'll have to see. Berserker's Drenger's Lash aspect. Defeating elementally debuffed targets now grants class ability energy. Increased fragment slots from 2 to 3. The suspending waves impact now damage now scales with your class when class stat is above 100. W. Hunter abilities. Night Stalker on the prowl aspect. In addition to acquiring a target when you become invisible, will now also passively acquire a target after a short time. If you're not invisible, this passive acquisition does not occur against enemy guardians. It's probably for the best. We already saw Mobius Quiver Super. Reduced maximum Mobius Quiver buff to crossbow weapons by 50%. That's a nerf. I never really used that, so I wouldn't know how good it is, but I've heard people complaining that this is like killing hunters or like delete your hunters or something. And guys, hunters are gonna be fine. If you're a hunter main, you probably won't care about this buff, or buff nerf. If you do care about this nerf, I don't know what to tell you. There's definitely a lot of stuff. I will say this actually though, there is a lot of other stuff that hunters do have that you can use. There's a lot of other stuff. There's a lot of stuff that hunters can use and such. You'll be fine with this like minor nerf. Every class is probably gonna get them. Gunslinger, Acrobat's dodge class ability now can be activated while airborne. See, this doesn't really matter that much, but now that we have, I'm joking, obviously, but that's a significant nerf. But still, hunters have other things that they can use. They don't want that to be the meta forever. Regardless, proximity explosive knife melee increased detonation size from 5 to 6 meters. I don't know how much 1 meter is gonna change it. Increased detonation damage by 11%. On your mark aspect now grants solar restoration for 3 seconds instead of cure after final blows at 10 seconds. That's definitely interesting. Knock 'em down aspect now grants cure on super activation. That's actually interesting as well. I think cure heals and grants healing immediately. Not sure how. Solar restoration is just restore recovery. I'm pretty sure cure heals for a certain amount or it heals a decent chunk. I'm not sure. We'll have to see how that works. Blade Barrage Super, increased knife projectile speed and tracking, increased knife detonation size from 3 to 4.25 meters, increased knife detonation damage by 10%. Knife detonations now scorch enemies. I'm gonna be honest, that still might not be enough for me to use it. Blade Barrage. Golden Glove, Deadshot. This is a nerf against players by 40%, which we already knew. Arc Staff Super now grants bolt charge stacks on kill. I'm gonna be honest, that still isn't gonna be enough to make me use the Twirly Staff. I think I will still use Gathering Storm. Lethal Current aspect now jolts and creates an aftershock when used with Temper Strike. Temper Strike is that slide and arc uppercut. Now can be activated while in super. That's definitely interesting. Still not gonna be enough to make me use Arc Staff. Ascension aspect. Ascension damage detonates. Ascension detonation damage now scales with your class ability stat when your class ability stat is above 100. That's probably for the best. Now counts as a class ability for all perks and abilities. That's definitely a good buff for Ascension. And I'm assuming this works with Priz as well. Otherwise, I wouldn't see the need for the change. Actually, no, because it would be on Arc specifically. But regardless, Thread Runner, Rope Dart Melee, successfully catching the Rope Dart now grants Woven Mail based on the number of targets defeated. Massive W. Widow Silk aspect, increased fragment slots from 2 to 3. Not sure how much that's going to affect it. Threaded Silk aspect. Spectre's detonation damage now scales with the class stat when the class stat is above 100. Massive W. Ensnaring Slayer now cancels the class ability for all perks and abilities. W. Revenant Shadow Dive, increased fragments, and Winter Shroud increased fragments from 2 to 3 for both. For both Shadow Dive and Winter Shroud. We'll see how that works, but I'm surprised. I was about to say I'm surprised that Revenant didn't get much more buffs, but I'm not surprised at the same time. Alright, general abilities. Lightning Grenades, increased detonation damage by 25%. Scatter Grenades, reduced chase distance against players by 50%. Reduced amount of grenade energy. This ability gains by perks from 12.5%. That's definitely a needed nerf, because Scatter Grenades were going wild since the start of Renegades, I believe. Grapple. Against boss combatants, reduce max grapple melee damage bonus granted by the grenade stat by 50%. Against boss combatants, damage bonus granted by grenade stat and melee stat is now additive instead of multiplicative. That is probably for the best, so you can't one phase bosses with the Titan grapple shit. You know, if you've been in the Destiny community for long enough, you know what I mean. this is probably a good nerf because that was probably not supposed to be. That was more than likely not supposed to be intended. But I'm sure we will find more broken shit later. Give it a week or two. We'll find more broken shit. Multi-charge abilities. We already saw this. We already saw this earlier in the video. In PvP only, multi-charge abilities start with one's charge instead of all of them. Stasis Whisper of Rhyme Fragment. Max Frost Armor stacks reduced from 8 to 7. Damage resistance has been reskilled to provide the same max benefit. Yes. I don't know what to say about that because I never used Whisper of Rhyme Fragment, I don't think. Arc's Spark of Shock Fragment. When Jolt is applied via an Arc Soul or an Iconic Sentry, there's now a 4-second internal cooldown before applying Jolt against these constructs. Never used it. I'm gonna be honest, never used this. Never will use Arc Lock, unfortunately. At least probably not. Maybe I'll look into it. Invisibility basically made void invisibility more visible. We already know that. Volatile rounds. Increased weapon damage with champions by 10%. I don't know why we're doing it against just champions. We could just do this across the board, but whatever. Weapon damage with volatile rounds no longer stuns barrier champions because of weapon archetypes covering weapon-based champion stuns. That would probably cause some glitches. So yeah, that makes sense. Radiant status effect, increased damage versus champions by 10%. Don't know why we're giving champion buffs, because champions aren't even in a lot of the game, to be honest. And I don't know. And then it's the same as volatile. It won't stun barrier champions because of the weapon archetypes. Prismatic Facet of Dominance. When Jolt is applied via Arc Soul, there's now... Oh yeah, this is basically the same as the Arc change, which... cool. Sadly, it's the only Prismatic buff noted here, which is kind of sad. Because I was looking for more Prismatic. I was hoping for more Prismatic love and attention, like maybe unclocking it from being locked behind just one thing and being able to use it, but looks like we're not getting any of that for Priz. I guess it's fair, but it just makes me sad, I guess, that we're not getting more Prismatic love, I guess. Regardless, my love for Prismatic aside, ability stats. Reduce maximum passive ability cooldown by bonus granted by abilities by stats by 20%. Ouch. And reduce maximum active ability cooldown bonus granted by ability stats from 190% to 125%. Ouch. And yeah, this is basically TLDR. They don't want abilities to play too big of a role into weapons. They want you to use primary and special ammo weapon damage and heavy ammo weapon damage, which I'm gonna be honest. Take one good look at the Epic Desert Perpetual, the Day 1 Desert Perpetual, and the Epic Day 1 Desert Perpetual, and you'll probably see why they're doing these changes for this specifically. But also, I don't know why they're doing it when you have raids like that existing in the game, but who knows. Also, supers reduce super energy generation dealing with damage from bosses by 60%, which is also on top of earlier, which you also have to think about. This is also on top of any other super reduction changes that they have made. So this is definitely an ouch. That's definitely an ouch. Shifted hard and super spam. Well, with the changes to super generation, super stat in the Edge of Fate boss damage was shifted into hard super spam because it was possible to cast more than 6 super and a single boss damage race, which is in the place we want supers to live in. Well, maybe don't have health artificially inflated. I don't know. Maybe that's just me being pessimistic, but I don't know, because it feels like it felt like you kind of, unless you're upgrading weapon stat or needing people to play more heavily into weapon stat for boss damage, then I don't see why you're making this change. We've worked with our internal raid and dungeon test group to refine super generation to a healthier place. Supers remain incredibly effective for boss damage, but Guardians will now need to think more about their weapons and other abilities to make the most of a damage phase, which is honestly possibly for the best. But also at the same time, you do have, again, like I will mention this earlier, Desert Perpetual, both Day 1 versions really did suck without supers, so yeah. We'll see how this change goes over, but yeah. This represents most ability changes that represents most of the ability changes coming in this release, meaning there are probably some more Yeah, there are some other minor tuning adjustments and bug fixes that we omitted for the sake of brevity, but you'll find those in the patch notes when Monument of Triumph launches. Which, again, I'll be live the 9th, probably going over the patch notes first, then diving into the game. But yeah, anyways. Ever since the release of Armor 3.0 system rework, we've seen increased variety in how players make their builds and their stats. However, there are also always a couple of things that felt missing from the full picture. It's about time we fit those missing pieces in Monument of Triumph. This is basically armor archetypes. No single armor archetype should dominate the build crafting space across the game, although it probably will. We expect that the nature stats means that some archetypes will be more popular in specific types of activities. This is more about not making the best armor archetype for all non-crucible abilities or vice versa. Although that's probably what's gonna happen, because I'm gonna be honest, there's stats that are just generally better to have than others. We think that the original 6 archetypes have fulfilled these goals admirably. However, certain builds require significantly more tools to get the stats they need, since this doesn't usually limit the power of the build. Instead, primary limits build variety. We plan on adjusting this by adding 6 new armor archetypes. Click on each for sample armor. Oh, okay. Oh, great. Oh, wait, what? Oh, I think we already saw it. I think the Reddit's good we already saw, but yeah. I think this is the one with Siegebreaker, health and grenade. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how much health is gonna really be play as a factor into this. Sorry, need to take a second to drink water because I have been yapping for 30 minutes. Alright, anyways, primary stat is health, and then the secondary stat is grenade, which will be interesting. I mean, primary being a health and grenade build will definitely be interesting. How do I get out of this? Can I even get out of this? Hello? Oh, wait. Oh, okay. It's a whole new... I didn't even see it pull up a whole new tab. Skirmisher, melee, and weapons. Demolitionist, grenade, and class. Colossus, super, and health, which is definitely interesting. Reaver, class, and melee, which is probably going to be the best for Titans. Powerhouse, weapons, and super. Definitely going to spec into the powerhouse for, Wait, First Ascent? They're the First Ascent. No, we can't even see all of it, We can't see the entire... I'm gonna be honest, I'm not gonna go up. I'm not even gonna, go with this, but I really want... These seem to be specifically things armor configured for Guardians that take the word impossible as a challenge. Primary stat weapons, secondary stat super, which is... I'm gonna be honest, this is a build that I've wanted for ages. I'm definitely gonna keep any powerhouse armor that I find, because powerhouse armor is definitely gonna be built for deep damage phases. I'm gonna be honest, because it has stack and weapons and super, and it could have a thing in class or something like that. Because this third stack could go anywhere. It could go into melee, health, grenade, or class. I'll probably prefer class, but who knows? We'll have to see what happens. Exodius downplay. They have various different armor sets. Yeah. Unfortunately, we can't tell. Unfortunately, with this big ass thing in the way, we can't really tell what the perks are. Sadly, so we'll just have to wait until we get in game for the sample armor. We'll just have to wait until we get in game to see the sample armor fully. Our goals. Despite exciting options for those who want them to get new power, the current builds won't be so classic and feel like the most of this will have to be effective. That's already immediate. I'm sorry, but when you have weapons and super damage in a powerhouse category, that immediately kind of makes that irrelevant. That kind of immediately makes it doesn't make them fully irrelevant, but this is gonna definitely be a DPS only. This is gonna be probably DPS armor that you switch into in DPS or something. Granted, they don't put non-swap on more DPS stuff, but yeah, this is definitely something you'd have for boss encounters, or switch to just before you do damage or something. I don't know. Before we move on, we want to tackle a few questions we're expecting from our build crafters out there. I'm kind of one of them, as you probably saw from stream the other day, or that you will see in future streams. But yeah, almost any new armors 3.0 will drop from anywhere in the game can drop with these new archetypes. There's only one exception that. The only exception is the exotic class items. What's the point then of the exotic class items at all? Then that's just sad, man. What's the point of them at this point then, man? Why do we keep slandering the exotic class items? An exception of the exotic class item, which will keep their existing stat roll behavior. What is the point of them then at that point? At that point, yeah, there was so much potential with the exotic class items, and they just don't care. Sadly. Man, that's sad. What about the missing stat combinations on the 30 possible archetypes? We wanted to avoid bloating a loophole, which is basically for the best, making a clear best choice for all the Crucible or PvE. And we want to keep each stat equally represented. We believe that this is the right number of combination of archetypes to fit those goals, especially when combined with armor mods, subclass bonuses, not counting mirrors. There will only be 3 armor stats pairs that are not available, which is definitely a W. But I'm gonna be honest, people are probably gonna be focused on either this or this. I don't really know about health and grenade, maybe for warlocks, but I don't know. We'll see. Is it gonna be harder to grind armor now? No, I hope not. With the combination of the 6 new archetypes, the sheer number of armor set bonuses available, it made sense to give the armor mods on the Augusta boost. Each one of them will improve the odds of your chosen archetype by dropping 1 or 2 previously dropping in 1 and 2. It was previously 1 and 3? That's wild. Having it being 1 and 3 was wild. That's why it felt so uncommon. At least they're upping the chance now, so it's like 1 in every 2 armor pieces you'll get it, instead of 1 in every 3, especially for exotic armor, because exotic armor does not come easy nowadays. It used to. When you're grinding exotic armor, it does not come easy. In combination with the large number of ways to get stat combinations you want, we believe this will make it significantly easier to get the stats that you need for your build. Now let's talk about exotic armor stats. When we originally released armor 3.0, we had long planned to get exotic armor was access high tier behavior, we plan to get them in deterministic growth. Ultimately realized that it was healthier for the game to take the most straightforward approach. Moving forward, all exotic armor will have tier 5 stats and will be access to all tuning mods and supplies retroactively to all armor 3.0 exotics other than collection rolls. So if you don't want to trade your armor out for only new archetypes, you won't have to acquire them again. Basically I believe any post Extra Fate exotic armor is definitely is basically dead. I would say keep it if you want it for memories. Outside of that is just completely useless. Outside of keeping the old exotic armor for maybe just posterity or memories, it's gonna be basically dead when this comes out. I'm gonna be honest. Well, it was already dead to begin with. All old armor was already dead to begin with. This is gonna just further bury it. Armor set bonuses. As they settled into the sandbox, we've seen Guardians leverage armor set bonuses in a lot of different ways. Overall, we're happy how they fit into the role of the more flexible element of build crafting across the game. However, there are a couple things that we felt like we should address. First, there is a 2 set bonus perks that were big enough outliers that needed to balance adjustments. Increase Ride Together, Die Together. The Smoke Jumper 2 armor preset decreased maximum damage DR granted from 50 to 40%. I'm gonna be fully honest with you. This buff only really lasted 2 seconds anyways. I'm gonna be honest, you were not doing anything within the 1 or 2 seconds picking up an orbit power to where this was actually significant. Unless you were like picking up orbit power in like a danger zone, which I guess that's kind of the point of it, but in 90% of gameplay you probably won't feel this. While the rapid decay nature of this DR means it can provide a high bonus without being a problem, the easy availability of orbs of power while it's being combined with other DR cells makes the set more valuable when mixed and matched than we'd like. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I've ever felt that, but maybe I have. We believe this in judgment. There's a sweet spot where it's still fun, but not a must pick for all content. I don't think it was a must pick for all content. I just wore it because, I'm gonna be honest, I just wore it because it was like really the only significant set outside of the 2-piece for the older Trials armor. I think for Extra Fate, which was sliding over, which the 2-piece was sliding over an ammo brick, does heal you, which is much more like effective than just this was in general. Which I'm gonna be honest, right? This is probably actually gonna be taken off because I really don't care for a smoke jumper set. I really want a different armor set that's gonna be way better for just neutral play, anyways. I mean, I might see myself dying more in this. Who knows? Regardless, superliminal motion, Waywards. This is the fucking Desperate Petrol set. I don't know if it's epic or not, but increased health going through the wall moving from 15 to 30 health per second inside the crucible. The power of Wayward Psych set fell short of our goals for what a raid armor set bonus should feel like, especially epic Desperate Petrol, so we doubled its effective healing. Quick behavior is unchanged in PvE. That's probably for the best. Second issue is more straightforward but harder to solve. The current available. Okay, hold up, sorry. I got distracted by the reply that you can see on Discord, on the Discord ping, but regardless. Solution is simple. Second issue is simultaneously more straightforward and harder to solve. The current available list of set bonuses, which, while fun often to build craft with, can sometimes feel like they provide very few options, which is extremely true, actually. I was legitimately just talking about that. Like, there was like very few options with post Edge of Fate builds, because there was smoke jump. Because legitimately, all I used was smoke jumper set 2-piece paired with the Trials 2-piece set, which literally that did good for me for the entire since I got that armor, which was post Renegades. None of the armor released in Renegades really stuck out to me. I'm going to be honest. None of it. All of it seemed like way too basic. Either basic or it just wasn't worth it. Especially the Solstice armor being the 4-piece being solar final blows heal you is definitely only effective on solar classes, by the way. So we'll see. Anyway, we'll see about how that changes anyways. But regardless, many builds, even Guardians seeking something outside of the standard setups, end up not having enough options to pick from. Yes! Instead defaulting to a smaller number of 2-piece set bonus combinations. Yes! I was literally this is the entire thing I talked about. Literally, I'm so glad. The solution is simple as we previously... sorry, I was about to go on another tangent, but let's continue with this. The solution is simple. As we previously noted, we are refreshing a massive amount of gear. Across the game. Thank you. This includes more set bonuses than we previously made to compress into a single release. We don't expect these to fully replace the existing options, which will still be available to earn. I don't think they will fully replace them, but I think they will replace some. They won't fully replace them, but they will replace them in some aspects of the game, which is probably what they're going for. But you can still look forward to a wide array of options. Thank God. From elemental effects, ability synergies, and survivabilities to explosions, movement, and echoes of armor mods past. Oh, that excites me a little bit. Like, I'm definitely interested to see how these will work. I'm definitely interested to get my hands on more unique 2-piece armor sets and even possibly 4-piece. There's something for everyone to whet your appetite in addition to some sets we've already announced. Let's preview a pair of Destination armor sets. Alright. Armor set. This is Exodes Down, Nessus, Emergency Electromagnetic. When your shields become broken, click all nearby ores of power and ammo bricks. I can already see this pairing amazingly with fucking the 2-piece set for Trials armor. That's a massive W. I already love it. Repurpose charge. This is the 4-piece perk. Whenever you gain, lose, or spend an armor charge, you heal and gain damage reduction for a short time. I definitely feel like. Oh wait, hang on. This effect scales the amount of armor charge gained, lost, or spent. I feel like this would go well with maybe, possibly a damage build in some circumstances because you'll be losing. You'll be probably this actually might be good for raiding in general because you'll definitely be gaining, losing, or spending ammo armor charges, whether you're in DPS or not. You'll definitely be spending them. In the Veritas set, the Throne World set, Lucent Transmutation, performing a finisher on a combatant or landing system-powered melee final blows, generates an elemental pickup based on your light subclass. Kind of I mean, this would be good for melee builds, but Lucent Tithes, performing a finisher on a powerful combatant, heals you and generates loyal void moths. I definitely think this is. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest. I know this is like possibly an old build, but you could pair. There's also you could pair this with Aeons and have a lot of ammo going around, as well as finish as well. Okay. Here's the build, right? Here's the build I have in my mind right now for this 4-piece. You have Aeons, which does give ammo. You have possibly one of the ammo on finishers, like one of the Lucent finishers from a season past on the build, if they even have that. You have fucking what is it? You have you have like Void makes you invis. You go to finish a champion or something. You heal. You go invis and you generate loyal Void moss for overshield. W build, AO. I mean, it's a support build, so obviously you're going to be supporting your teammates. It is a support build by nature, but hey, that's the build that immediately came to my mind for this. That sounds really cool. I think I definitely am going to have to try that build if I end up doing Grandmasters or something. I definitely think I'll have to try that. Before we move on, we've seen one question coming in since our monument trying to reveal that we like to address. With the Armor 3.0 version, Red Armor will still have no red mods are featured exclusive to Armor 2.0 due to technical limitations. I do wonder how those technical limitations are really. Like, that does bring up that question of like, because I'm pretty sure this change alone does kill low man rating. I think it does, or it kills solo rating. Because I've seen it all over Twitter, it does definitely kill it, but since we know certain raise mods can sometimes be more valuable than a set bonus in specific situations, basically solo. Armor 2.0 for all available raids will be flexible at Hawthorne for the cost of 10 spoils of conquest. Having armor cost 10 conquest is wild. I kind of wish that they made a change to conquest to spoils to where they were given in dungeons as well. I think that was one of the changes that I would have loved to see just in general. Sadly, that change never came to fruition, and I don't think it ever will. Jesus, this is gonna be another hour section of the video because, like, Jesus, man. We hope that these new set bonuses tied to each raid and raid activity provide meaningful benefits that give you a fun choice in between picking combinations of Armor 2.0 and 3.0. You might not combo Armor. Actually, yeah, because that'd be interesting to see. Actually, because this also couldn't kill solos. Actually, this could make solos more effective. Actually, that's what I'm thinking now. Because, it'd be interesting. It'd be interesting to see. I will definitely say it'll be interesting to see because it does sort of kill how they. It does. I will say this. It will kill how solos used to work, but it can also provide new benefits for how solos work in the future. You're gonna have to kind of think outside the box, and anyone who's soloed a raid before will definitely be taking advantage of this. I'm pretty sure to find out how you solo stuff. But yeah, exotic armor balance preview. Alongside the ability and armor changes, we took some time to update a handful of exotic armors from each class, spanning multiple years. Of the Saint Renegades, some have straightforward changes that lead into the fantasy, while others are being reworked. Let's dive in. Alright, we're gonna... Hold up, let me first take water. Everyone, we're gonna take a 10-second water break right now. Alright. Your water break is over. That's a burp. Anyway, your 10-second water break is over. Now back into it. Hunter exotics. Wormhouse crown. At one point, Wormhouse goes to... Okay. I'm not gonna go over this stuff because this part is already 50 minutes. That means this video is probably already 3 hours long. So we're just gonna kind of go over the reworks. You can read this if you want to. You can pause it or whatever. But I'm just gonna go over the reworked effects and give my opinions on them. Reworked effects: solar multi-kills grant burning souls while active solar ability damage is increased, and dodging greatly cures the player and nearby allies. This definitely changes it into like an ally helping thing, which is definitely probably for the best. We'll have to see how the greatly curing player and nearby allies will act in the future, but this definitely is a build that you can run for solar. Shards of Galanor, that's a dick. Landing 5 out of 7 knives in a volley during super can cause a delayed solar explosion and releases solar shrapnel. This can happen with each volley of super knives landing both explosions approximately comparable to Kira's Thunder Crash. That's definitely an interesting choice to compare it to. I mean, we'll have to really see how well it works. If they're comparing it to Kira's, we'll just have to see. I'm definitely interested to see this change, but to be honest, unfortunately, I don't think this is like the Shards of Galanor like perk. This isn't the Shards of Galanor like exotic class item, but yeah. Whatever. Caliban's hand increased melee recharge bonus by 25%. Dealing damage with Scorch now refunds a small amount of melee energy. Ignition final blows refund the knife energy and can overflow into additional charge. That's definitely interesting. We'll have to see how. Okay, I'm gonna give you guys a second. What is this in health and weapons? I don't think I've seen a stack in health and weapons actually before, but yeah, definitely an interesting change. Frosties gain stacks with frost armor while sprinting. While you have frost armor, stasis weapons deal increased damage. I really actually don't know how this is gonna change the game, because I don't know if frost, because it's a passive way to get frost armor, and it is a passive way to have your stasis weapons deal increased damage, which definitely will be good for. I think that these will be good in neutral gameplay. I don't think they will be used much outside of neutral, but especially with spare rations being a stasis weapon, which my baby is coming back to me, although I have to play Gambit, so yeah. Frosties will definitely be interesting. Shinobos, skip grenade whenever you gain stacks of bolt charge. Skip grenades deal damage with bolt charge when you gain full bolt charge. Shield yourself and nearby allies and enable an enhanced skip grenade. Enhanced skip grenades bounce an additional 2 times before detonating, releasing bonus skip grenades, skip seekers per bounce. We'll see how this goes. Personally, I'm gonna be honest, I have never used skip grenades, and I don't think I ever will. I think skip grenades is the grenade that is on it, but I don't know. We'll have to really see how this really changes. Roaming supers I felt a bit rough to use in champion heavy content. And i.e. by that mostly I think it's mostly hunter roaming supers. I don't know though. Potent anti-overload option while rewarding operating. Arc 7 hits now jolt targets. Combo finisher Palm Blast gets now 1.5 the basic exotic damage bonus in this and reports as critical damage alien numbers. I'm gonna be honest, I don't use Arc Staff. I don't use Radiant Flux. This change might not be enough to make me even use it. I'm gonna be honest. This would have to Arc Staff would have to be hitting crazy numbers for me to even consider using Arc Staff. Because I will personally, I will still be using Gathering Storm whenever I do play the Art Sub class. Ooh, Moth Keepers is getting changed. Moth Keeper Ras now provides a Moth Grenade as a conditional override instead of a complete override. So it's basically like Gunpowder Gamble. Getting kills from any source increments a counter in the amount added to the depends on the rank of the enemy killed. Once the counter reaches 6, you gain 2 Moth Grenade charges until they're used. All current functionality and synergies with Moth Grenade remains the same. For example, Moths still blind, having a grenade stat over 100 increases the damage. It still synergizes with the subclass fragments, etc. Increased movement speed of Arc Moths by roughly 43%. they're going to be zooming. And void mods by roughly 25, they're going to be zooming as well. Both mods from the same grenade will not attempt to target separate enemies and allies if possible. Enemies/allies if possible. That'll be interesting change. We'll see. Ooh, lucky pants. That's definitely getting nerfed. Increased Eterna's Vow maximum damage bonus to 4.5%. I'm gonna be honest, who uses Eterna's Vow in this day and age? I know I don't. Decreased Uncivil's Discourse maximum energy bonus to 2.5x. Reduced Lucky Pants bonus damage versus bosses by 33%. That's ouch. That's a nerf. It was bound to happen. Lucky Pants was extremely viable for hunters. I guess it'll probably just be a champion damage machine, I guess, then. Who knows? We'll have to see. Titan Exotics, Holofile Heart, reworked effect while Solar Supers charge. Ability Final is kill you and give you stacks of Sunfire Furnace while Sunfire Furnace is active. Grenade and Shield Burst. Final Blast trigger ignition. I was just about to say Shield Burst is about to be busted with this. Each stag, well, not busted, but really good with this. Each stag increases grenade and energy regeneration, class ability regeneration, and super damage upon exiting your super. All stacks are converted to super energy. Decreased ability regen bonus from 3.5 to 2. That's probably for the best, because Solar Titans are about to be spamming abilities. I'm gonna be honest, but even with that 1% one times decrease, I think it's still gonna be pretty good for you to use if you're a Solar Titan that does like using this. But Pyro Gale, I have not heard anything about this. I really haven't heard anything about this. Slightly increased Super Cyclone Scorch per tick, increased Super Cyclone explosion damage by 10%, increased Super Cyclone tracking by approximately 40. This should be remarkably easier to get the projectiles to target at this range. I'm pretty sure this is like the one big burning mall slam exotic. We'll have to see what it does. Stuff is also their class item can get a buff, but we can't. In comparison, it's safe to sit in the modern super damage climate to increase Star Eater's benefit for Twilight Arsenal back to its former benefit. Okay, so they're just rebuffing Spirit of Star Eater's benefit for Twilight Arsenal. I guess Titans can be happy about that. Wish I would have done more with exotic class items, because I feel it just makes me sad that exotic class items probably aren't gonna have a use case in the current sandbox, especially since they not only have the prismatic lockout, they as far as we can tell from the dev insights or anything, they're not touching prismatic at all, which definitely means class, and they're not touching the exotic class items at all either. In fact, they're leaving them. They feel like they're like leaving them as a relic of the past, which is kind of sad. Whatever, it is what it is. My feelings on exotic class items aside, I just wish exotic class items were better. Servants and clouds are improved occlusion on top of the detonation, making it easier to hit with. Remove the effect that prevents combatants from being hit by multiple shockwaves in a short period of time. Sorry, I'm replying. And enemies hit by a shockwave are disoriented for a short time. Don't know how that is. Classic Vestmix. Isn't that the Renegades tuning? Classic Vestmix tuning it at Renegades launch for under for the exact new option that we wanted to be in this list. You're getting a significant tune-up by improving its value uptime, and you increased melee attack damage by 5. Well, Praxic Investment. Well, okay, let's not do that. My back. But, God, 500%? I would normally say that a buff like this wouldn't be, like, definitional. Be any significant, but 500%? It's even in bold to tell you that this is a big change. I'm not sure. I don't think this will be viable against boss DPS. I don't think. Increased jetpack fuel gain per weapon kill and PV from 10 to 20%, a 10% buff. Increased jetpack fuel per power and melee kill from 35 to 50%. Updated the exotic perks to recognize knockout kills as powered melee kills, improved jetpack flight experience, decreased the wind-up time for maximum flight duration from 0.8 to 0.5 seconds, removed the behavior that causes jetpack flight to end early when contact is detected with the floor or wall, fixed a bug that caused the jetpack to kick dead target and fixed a bug that caused the jetpack kick to target dead enemies, ending the flight early. Updated camera to better convey your speed. This is definitely a change of all time. This is definitely gonna. I don't want to say this is gonna push it into the territory of like making it just a boss damage thing, but it very easily could with the right build. I'm just saying. Titans, go ahead and cook. I'm interested to see how you guys will cook with that. No backup plans. Now triggers the benefits of both shotgun and melee final blows. Shotgun melee final blows now start health regeneration. That's probably a good change. Instead of granting Void OS, because I'm gonna be honest, Void OS seems very underpowered a bit in a way. Shotgun or melee final blows extend the timer of any. I think it said of any active defense buffs on you. Sorry, I'm on. But shotgun or melee final blows extend the timer of any active defense buffs on you, which is definitely. This includes Void Overshield, Restoration, Amplified Frost Armor, or Woven Mail. That's definitely it. That's actually probably for the best for Titans. The punch revealed Void Overshield upon activation of this extension if the player has one. Shotgun damage bonus is not active when you have any of the above noted defensive debuffs as well as buffing melee damage. That'll definitely be interesting. That'll be interesting to see. You guys can read this. Candace Ridge Lance Clap. Now can also spawn Stasis Lances with Stasis Lances. With rapid stasis weapon damage and final blows with even while not being behind the rally barricade, now grants Stasis Lance damage based on your current stacks of frost armor. Is that the sorry, I hit the wrong thing. Is that the stasis like is that the stasis thing that they get? Stasis Lance? I'm talking about it can generate a stasis lance with rapid during. Are they saying it can? Are they basically saying it can it make stasis lances with like DPS? Because if that's the case, that'll be interesting for DPS. I mean, it'll be just a funny thing to have during like non-crucial DPS, probably like neutral gameplay stuff like arena ops and such like that. I don't think it'll be very effective in anything else, but who knows? We'll see. Point contact cannon brace. Activating thunderclap releases lightning strikes as you start winding up the punch. Lightning strike damage now scales further based on how long thunderclap is charged for up to two times. This stacks with the bonus damage while casting while amplified. Reworked melee regen from lightning strike kills to compensate for this new wave of bolts on charge up. No longer targets tiered flat armor. Flat amount has been increased to compensate. Should see larger returns on average. I never use these. We'll have to see how this changes the game, but I don't know. Helmets Aim 14 is definitely here. Unchanged Weapons of Light continues to persist. Add to the wear for allies upon leaving the Water Dawn, probably for the best. Add a new VFX to Water Dawn to indicate if it will provide weapons of light upon leaving. Huh? We'll see. Visual effects, I think. We'll see how that. Remove no longer disorients enemies within your Water Dawn upon blocking with your Sentinel Shield. New functionality. While Weapons of Light is active, kills or sustain. While Weapons of Light is active, is this for allies and enemies, or is it just, I'm assuming it's just for the exotic itself? Kills or sustained damage from any source grants stacks of the same. Under the same circumstances, void and kinetic damage sources will also suppress in a radius around the victim. That'll be interesting to see. Picking up your Water Dawn consumes all occurred stacks of the same, then extend. What? Picking up your Water Dawn consumes all occurred stacks of the same, and then extends your ward's duration based on how many stacks will consume. What? Oh my god. I don't know how wild that'll be, but that sounds really good. And obviously it won't be busted because Water Dawn, you have to stay in it, obviously, for the stack. You'll have to like constantly dip in and out of it and throw it around. But that sounds like it's gonna make Water Dawn so much more fun. We'll have to see how that works though. And state 14 synergy with specific armor weapons has also been adjusted. I have no idea what this is. I'm assuming it would be Bastion, because not only did one of my friends say it last time we were but I believe Bastion is paired with Saint in the lore, but who knows. Feedback fence no longer provides melee damage resistance versus players. We already saw this. Blast Blade Strides, the new thing. Stasis kit. Adjusted projectile to mirror that of Renegade's Behemoth's locker. Stasis detonation. Decreased default charge meter. Decreased tracking strength of stasis shrapnel and detonation. That'll be interesting. Replace sliding with on shiver strike hits as activator. Increase the issue where multi kills on the same frame would increment the perk build up. That'll be interesting to see. We'll have to see. Warlock exotics. Nessie Sin, new effect. Targets damaged by soul siphons are suppressed. That'll be interesting. Defeating suppressed targets with defeating suppressed targets or with soul siphon grants an additional 1.5 seconds to abyssal extractors. I don't know what abyssal extractors are. Who knows? I just saw that out of the corner of my eye. Tie the way to the final god of Fane. It's your turn to devour some enemies here. Who knows? Maybe he's still listening. Well, now he's listening because you mentioned him. I believe the lore around Nezarec is how it works is, I think, as long as someone remembers him, I think, he still does live. I think that's the lore that they went with there. Unfortunately, I'm not fully sure on it, but I'm pretty sure. Matiodoxia? I don't know. And that's super damage. Increase suspending burst from Super Combine by 22%. Makes it equal to Kira's Thunder Crash. I've had it. We'll see about that. I'm gonna be honest. Unless you're running Priz, no one really used this exotic. I'm gonna be honest. We'll have to see how this works. Skull Dar Ahamkara. New effect, after casting a Nova Bomb, you get a short period during which you can cast Nova Bomb Lance. Destroying a Cataclysm Nova Bomb with Nova Lance creates a Nova Vortex along with the Cataclysm Nova Bomb Seekers. Unchanged super ability on energy on Nova Bomb Final Blows and weapon Final Blows while you have super energy on Nova Bomb Final Blows and weapon Final Blows while you have Devour. Additional damage DR while casting Nova Bomb has been removed from the perk text, but it remains a hand-up functionality to help the new play patterns soon. Wait, hang on. Maybe you can detonate your Cataclysm Nova Bomb with Nova Lance for massive boss damage if you time it right, but your special you can time it right every time, can't you, or player line? I swear to God. But these two, I think this will be a more enticing option than really this, to be honest. We'll have to see how this changes. We'll have to see how much damage this does. We'll have to see how much in comparison to this. We'll have to see, but I feel like this will be a more enticing option than this one, just because Strand Super is fairly, I don't know. Strand Super seems a bit more unreliable in terms of like a super that's like Nova Bomb. Granted, it is still fairly new. I feel like this one will be more used than this one though, just as a base look over. But here I'm gonna give you guys a second to read that. I'm not reading it because I'm reading a lot for you guys today. All right, I'm giving you time to read it. Crown of Tempest, great. A Narc Exotic. I can't wait to read it. Increase duration of conduction time in PvE from 7 to 10 seconds. New effect while you have at least 1 second conduction time. Ionic Sentry creates a storm grenade when it's Huh. I mean, that'll be interesting. I mean, I'm not gonna use it. I really don't care about Arc on Warlock in general. I don't care about Arc on Warlock in general. It's only on Titan and Hunter, so we'll have to see how this changes up stuff, but I really don't care about Arc on on Warlock, so we'll see. Mantle Battle, Mantle. Now can trigger its super energy gain or weapon damage bonus on sustained weapon damage in addition to final blows, which is good. It's probably for the best because this can be used during DPS now. After casting your super, now gains surges for all elements and weapons matching your super energy and damage type, causing detonations when hitting targets for moderate duration. definitely gonna be something that you can use in DPS. Definitely gonna be something that you can use in DPS. We'll have to see how good this is, but this is definitely something that you can use in DPS along with other stuff. So I'm excited to see Mantle get its changes. I don't know what this is. New effects. While both the summon and blink are equipped, you can now use your air move to perform a dart blink horizontally in any direction. The ability has longer cooldown increase. While blinking or dart blinking grants volatile rounds in addition to a volatile explosion. We'll have to see how this works. I'm gonna be honest. I've never used this thing, so we'll have to see how it works. Because blink is definitely an interesting movement tech, so we'll have to just see. Oh, Dawn Course. Now causes your Scorch to build an even more intense ignition. Now grants melee energy for dealing damage in addition to Scorch damage. Remove the internal cooldown on energy gains for Scorch damage in return to gains return slightly more energy overall. Now causes Daybreak projectiles to always immediately trigger ignition. I'm gonna be honest, I definitely remember using Dawn Course in, I don't know what season it was. I think it was the Nightmare season. I don't remember what season that is. One of these seasons. I remember using Dawn Course because I think it was during Solar 3.0, the first Solar 3.0 season. It was busted as fuck. Dawn Course was busted as fuck. I'm interested to see if they brought back some of those solar mods from back then to make it just really viable, because it was only really viable in like Ad Clear and Lost Sectors, but we'll have to see. It'll definitely be interesting to see. Nothing Manacles. Yep, here it comes. Extra Seekers can no longer chain off the sun. It's just an initial grenade. That's a nerf. Reduce Extra Seekers generated from 4 to 3. That's definitely nerf. Reduced range and lifetime for Extra Seekers. Damn. Oh, goodbye, Nothing Manacles. You have been... Honestly, that's probably deserved, though. They've been extremely dominant since Renegades even launched. They've been extremely dominant. We'll have to see how much this change change. We'll have to see how much this affects them, but yeah. Controverse. Oh. Reduce energy. Why is this getting nerfed? Reduce energy when returned used with magnetic grenade handheld super number by 50%. This is in addition to fixing the health chunk bug. I wonder why that's getting nerfed. I'll check on that in a second. We're almost done. I wonder why that got nerfed though. Just let me demo Fusivision? I think that's the one with the Helion. That's all from us right now. Thank you, Jaden. I'm definitely excited to see this. But yeah, this is another part of the TWID. This is another part. As you can see up here though, we have another thing to go over. I will be back to go over that part. So this last section will be the last part of the video. I definitely think I'm gonna put sections into this if you want to look at a specific part of the TWAB, a specific part. So yeah, I'll get back to you guys when we're on that part. Alright, I've taken like a small little minute break between this last one and these two because if you don't know, today is Friday for me. I'm recording this last final part, the last part and this part on Friday because these came out yesterday and this video should be out already by now. It is 3:10 p.m. on a Friday. This video should have definitely been out by now, but considering, well, this video definitely should have been out by now, but I'll be editing it. There's like I said in the previous things, there's not gonna be too much edits to this. There's just genuinely gonna be like, it's just gonna be this because this is already genuinely there's nothing for me to really cut out because all of this is just generally just yapping for like an hour. Anyways, we're gonna get on with this final bit because I don't believe there's much in this TWID that they can talk about, so we're just gonna go over it and we're gonna end the video off. I've already watched this. There's probably a reaction that's gonna come out. If it's not out, it's probably not out before this. You'll probably see this tomorrow. But yeah, it'll be a rare Saturday upload, and then you'll see 3 shorts of reacting to the earlier abilities on on Sunday, which will be a rare Sunday, and then you'll see and then you'll also see if I can get it done in time, you'll see a retrospective for just D2 in general coming out on Monday. If I can't get it in time, if I can't get it done in time, we'll have to see them. Anyways, in the long list of trailers, seasonal previews, patch videos, this will be one of our favorites for years to come. We've been seeing many of you sharing older videos around social media, reminiscing about your favorite moments. Save 14, headbutting effects, 17 making her grand entrance, and introduction of Lodi, and many more. Feel free to check us out there with your favorite trailer moments. We'd love to hear from you in our final weekend before Monument of Triumph launches. This will be definitely an interesting. Monument of Triumph is packed with rewards, some new, some old, some old but unreleased, some released but until now unobtainable. As the final live service that update for Destiny 2. Rest in peace. We wanted to hold nothing back. Then you should have just left a lot of the stuff broken. I'm joking. There is definitely gonna be broken stuff that probably will not get addressed like ever. They're probably, since this is the final, it will be a maintenance only mode, so I think that some of that stuff possibly does have the possibility of getting nerfed, but I don't think it will. But anyways, regardless, here we're going into this. Here's some of the highlights of what you can expect. Return of the previous limited time Chatterwhite, Super Black, Griffin, and All-Star Vector Skimmer. I don't remember that one. Chatterwhite and Super Black, I think, were both rare shaders. 12 armor ornament sets per class. This is beyond the armor updates to other vendors. The armor updates to other vendors and towers. New universal helmet ornaments, including a flaming helmet, the Engineer's Coronet, the first Endeavor holo chip. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really care about holo chips. Return of exotic faction ornaments. I don't know what that means. Weapon ornament for Turncoat. Our new reward pass, exotic hand cannon, which is a void. Fanfare and fanfare. I think that's a new exotic actually. And heir apparent exotic weapons, a selection of endlessly purchasable engrams containing tiered. Oh wow. Tiered weapons from Lawless and Reclamation seasons. Tiered weapons from Pinnacle Ops, Crucible Ops, Fireteam Ops players. Ooh. Tiered weapons from Dawning Festival of the Lost and Guardian Games events. We never got Solstice. Rest in peace, Solstice. Tiered weapons and armor from the Solstice. Oh, never mind. We do. Wait, what? We never. Was the Solstice ever? No, it did get it in its last year. Sorry. But yeah, these will definitely be interesting to see. More specifically, this one, because it's not gonna be focused, but we'll have to see how these complete triumphs. The brand new nestled in the tower courtyard behind the newly erected. That's a grow moment. Erected monument. There are 4 plaques celebrating the Guardian tenants. Interacting with these plaques offers let's see, legendary marks. I'm pretty sure that's old, but whatever. After inspecting the monument, tenant marks upon completing the monument of triumphs. These can be conveniently located after interacting with the View Triumphs button on the vendor screen. These triumphs can also be accessed through the Journey tab. There's even a new view featured shortcut to quickly open directly into the Monument of Triumph category from the Triumphs button on the Journey screen. Finding the rewards you want. There's so much to earn. Here's a breakdown of what you can find. Different types of rewards. All vendors, selection of armor ornament sets, ghost ship and sparrow accessory sets. Tenet of bravery, new skimmer, new universal helmet ornament, new universal helmet ornament, fanfare and hair apparent exotic weapons, all engrams and general emblems. Yeah, you can see the exotic peeking out right there. It's a new linear. It looks like. Can't really zoom in on it, but I can't really zoom in on it, but you can see it right there peeking behind this. We'll have to see how it looks like. From this preview, it does look like it'd be void, but we'll have to see really. Also, these are tier 3 engrams, by the way, so yeah. Get those at your own risk. Tenet of Devotion. Bravery, Devotion. Selection of Sparrow Racing League cosmetics. The Griffin, an All-Star Vector Skimmer, general emotes. There's the emotes, there's this equipment, I think, and these are the armor sets for Sparrow Racing League. I wonder how you get these. Tenet of Sacrifice, new universal helmet ornament, Super black shader. Oh, there it is. Earnable hollow ship and general finishers, ghost and ship. Well, if you want super black, it's right there. So yeah. These will be interesting to see. Outlaw Rider, that'd be interesting. And then here's all this stuff. This stuff will be interesting. I mean, we'll have to see how it works. Tenant of Death. I don't know how to say that. Coronet, Universal Helmet, some random exotic ornaments. Maybe you'll recognize them. A selection of raid and dungeon related cosmetic, shadow white shader, and general shaders and transmat effects. There's the helmet. Ooh, that hunter armor looks kind of nice. Predestination? That looks like it. That sounds like it's from what's its face? The new raid, Desert Perpetual. These will be interesting to see though. I don't think ships, ghosts, and sparrows are also always kind of just And ooh, these look interesting too. Especially these. Wait, is that a... Wait, are you are you carrying a... Is that one carrying a fucking raid banner? Oh my god. If that's carrying a raid banner, I'd love it. That looks hilarious. I really hope that Guardian is carrying a raid banner. I really hope that Guardian's carrying a raid banner. I pray for that is a raid banner. I pray that it is, because that'll be funny. Special rewards require special challenges. Shadowite completed weekly deep site quest. Oh. That's how you have to get... Wow, okay, that's definitely... That's pretty harsh for a challenge, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think most casuals will be getting this, because that is extremely harsh for a challenge, I'm gonna be honest. But obviously, if it's a special reward that requires a special challenge. The helmet that we just saw here, complete 8 triumphs in the teamwork rate. Oh, teamwork rate challenge. Get it? We'll have, again, casuals probably won't be getting this, because you have to do I'm assuming by this you'll have to do a decent bit of raids. Immortal Legend armor ornament set, attain the immortal title. I wonder how you will attain that. It looks alright on Titan. Bungie Foundation now and forever, turn compassion into action and shown what is possible in our community. When our community comes together for those in need, today we wanted to take a moment to show you that the future of the Bungie Foundation, and properly thank you for the incredible support Guardians have given the Foundation since Destiny's launch. Our team remains committed to our mission to providing joy and relief to kids and communities who need it most. From Bungie's very first fundraising campaign in response to Hurricane Katrina during the days of Halo. Hurricane Katrina is definitely Jesus, that makes me feel old. Through all the incredible years of Destiny and now what comes next, our success in ability to change the world has because of the passion and generosity of you, our community. Since our very first activation in Destiny 1 with the Pride of Nepal emblem over 11 years ago, you have helped us raise more than $32 million to support Little Lights program, inclusion, diversity, and equity initiatives in our humanitarian causes. Jesus Christ. We are eternally grateful for the awe-inspiring generosity, kindness, and willingness to join us in trying to make the world a better place. Thank you. We will continue showing up for the causes that need us through the way we fundraise. Though the way we fundraise may look different, we are just as determined to make a dent in this universe as we ever have been. As always, this will be a community-led effort. We will continue to collaborate with lightkeepers across the world that help shape up what the next chapter looks like. We'll have more details to share soon of what's ahead. Until then, we'll see you, Starside. No. God damn it. I didn't expect the TWID to make me tear up. Fuck. Ugh. God damn it. I thought I was over crying that shit. Ugh. I don't know why that made me tear up a bit. Ugh. I thought I was over tearing up after I watched the initial various creators' reactions to the final update, this being the final update of D2. I thought I was done, because I definitely teared up at Bias video. I definitely teared up at a couple videos, even one of Zavala's videos. I teared up at a few. Anyways, join the Bungie Foundation. Vivid Spectrum holochip available in Eververse, starting with the Moment Triumph launch on June 29th to 23rd. Eververse will also have the Pride shader back in stock now until the Infinite Prismatic emblem is available for donation via Tildify, as all donations are Partners that it gets better who have teamed up since 2020 to uplift, empower, and connect to LGBTQ plus youth around the globe with Destiny community raising nearly 750,000 to support it gets better. Jesus. Final point here was installed. As in honor of the Monument of Triumph, players who unlock the Immortal title will be eligible to purchase by September. Jesus, that's a long time. Players who do it. I think I might get this one as a final hurrah, especially since it's blue. I definitely think I will get this one, or at least I will try to get this one. Immerse yourself into to music with an over an hour of amazing tunes, the perfect soundtrack for the players who track their journey to a more. We're also excited to be launching a Sparrow Racing League jacket later in June. Ooh, Sparrow Racing League jacket. Ooh, I love that. Okay. But yeah. I don't think I'll be able to use this on stream because this will most definitely be copyrighted. For Eternals and Old Lights, even though you're probably listening to Destiny music in the background, more than likely because it's so longing. For Eternals and Old Lights, we have something nice. Every player that logs into Monument of Triumph, in addition to 2 bright and wait, hold up, what? We have something extra nice ready for players that log into Monument of Triumph. In addition to 2 bright anchors and 50 marks, you'll also receive the toast to the monument emblem below when you return starting June 9th. Claim them from the special deliveries kiosk in the tower located between Banshee and Rahul. No, man. Fuck. That I can see so many. I can see I think that's Tess, Mithrax, Keitel, Saladin, Lodi, Anna, Elsie, not Hawthorne, Amanda, sorry, I almost called her the wrong one. Ikora, her ghost, Zavala and his ghost, Caden, Sundancer. I think his ghost, I forgot what Zavala's ghost is called. Crow and actually that might be Crow and Glint. That might be Glint actually. Crow, Mara, Petra, Drifter, Eris. I think that might be Ido right there. Osiris, Saint, Shax. I think Nimbus is here. Salone's here as well. Ada's here. Hawthorne, and just so many others that I can't name or can't. I think Asher Mir's there. I think he's like right there where my mouse cursor is, if you guys can see it. I think that's everyone that I can name. No, man. I mean, I'll definitely take a deeper look at this. It'll probably be a deeper look when the game, but that tugs at the old heartstrings a bit. Meanwhile, for most veteran players also played Destiny have played all that Destiny 2 has to offer from Red War to Renegades. We have one more set of rewards to shed the old lights emblem shown below. In a unique elemental QI. As a monument triumphs, the old light emblem will be rewarded to any player whose account recorded any amount of playtime in each Destiny 2 expansion years, including Destiny from September 6th, 2017 to September 3rd, 2018, almost a year. Forsaken from September 4th to 2018 to September 30th, actually a little over a year. Shadowkeep from October 1st, 2019 to November 9th, 2020. This is like a year and then some. Beyond Light, which is where I started. I started here. Jesus, I've been around for so long. Because I started in Beyond Light, and I've been here for Witch Queen, Lightfall, Final Shape, and the Year of Prop. Makes me feel old. I've been here for ever since Beyond, not since the launch of Beyond Light. I've been here. I started maybe the middle of Beyond Light, and I know I started in Season of the Chosen though, specifically Beyond Light from November 10th, 2020 to February 21st, 2021. I think that's roughly a year. I'm not sure. Witch Queen from February 22nd. From February 22nd, 2022 I remember this one fondly because it was 2/22/22. That's the date as well as it is in America. That was the date for this launch, and I don't think I'll ever forget that anytime soon. It was 2/22/22. It was 5 2s in the date. Legendary time. to February 27th, a little over a year, 2023. Lightfall, February 28th, 2023 to June 3rd, 2024, which is a little over a year as well, I think. Which is a couple months over a year. Final Shape, which is probably one of my favorite DLCs, next to Witch Queen and Beyond. Beyond Light was my first DLC and is still one of the holds a special place in my heart. I'll talk about this in a second. Final Shape from June 4th, 2024 to July 14th, 2025, a little over a year. Year of Prophecy from July 15th, 2025 to June 9th, 2026. A little on. Actually, this is the shortest year that we've had, unironically, but it has felt like the longest. But this has been literally the shortest one, actually, I think. But yeah, like as I was saying earlier, Beyond Light as a DLC will hold a special place in my heart because not only was it the first DLC I started on, it had stasis and just a lot of memorable moments for me. Witch Queen will be forever be one of my top favorite DLCs in its entirety, just because it released crafting, it was a Hive DLC, and it did just so much. Lightfall, I will always love Neomuna as a destination, although the DLC leaves a lot to be desired. The Final Shape DLC will probably go down. I'm gonna be honest. For me personally as a lore buff, I'm not saying this as like a definitive list, but Final Shape for me was better than Witch Queen. I will be honest. Witch Queen was alright, but it felt like it didn't have much to do after post campaign. Final Shape had that and more. For me, I feel like Final Shape was just the best DLC for me. The best start to the DLC. Witch Queen was alright. And then the Year of Prophecy was I would say Year of Prophecy is probably downward. Lightfall actually, it might even be below Lightfall for me, to be honest. Year of Prophecy was alright. Edge of Fate really didn't hook me. I would say if I was to have my definitive list right here, it would be Final Shape in the number 1 slot, Witch Queen in the number 2, Beyond Light in the number 3, unironically Lightfall in 4, and Year of Prophecy in 5, just because Year of Prophecy, Edge of Fate was awful. Like, for me, Edge of Fate was awful. I had and will have zero desire to ever replay Edge of Fate's campaign, ever. Like, the story was cool and all, but I have zero interest in replaying that campaign just because of how annoying it was. Maybe that changes. Maybe I'll do some streams to try and get my Hunter and Titan through that miserable slog with DLC, but for now, that would be my list. This emblem will release during a launch window. We don't have a specific time, but we're sure to let you know when it's live. And basically, this is it. Monument Triumph goes live. Make sure to cash in your Trials Undergrounds. And look at that sword. I can't wait to go get that sword. I really hope it has Eager's Edge on it, but that sword looks so good. I can't wait to go grab it. And the TWID before Monument and Triumph launch is now complete. Just a few more days before it gets to all start experiencing everything that's up there. I'm so excited, but also slightly sad that this is the final update. Take your time to experiment, try new things. Do not worry, I will be doing that day 1. Don't hesitate to make some weird mixes here and there of weapons and armor you have never used. Who knows, it could be the next meta. I definitely will be doing a lot of testing during day 1, and just over the whole week. General. Publishing 3 dev insight articles along with their accompanying materials was a rough task. We needed more than 29,000 words to rightly show you why this update was a really big deal and how much work went into updating so many parts of Destiny 2 after checking all the love and excitement you poured all over social media and video platforms in the last 2 weeks. It seems like we achieved our goal. The only thing that remains is to load into Destiny 2 and play in the Monument of Triumph on Tuesday. We'll be there with you. Throw us an email if you see us. We'll dance with you and cheer at you and hand out free hugs. Find us at the tower on June 9th. I didn't think I'd be crying at this little stupid end bit, but here we are. It feels stupid to cry over this, but I guess it's really hitting me that this is really the last live service update that D2 is gonna have to offer. Sorry, fuck. I don't usually cry during videos. And if I do, I usually cut it out, but I've never cried during recording a video before. I really don't. I don't tend to get... I do get hyper emotional over videos, but I've never really cried during one. But yeah. Anyways, I don't want to end this on the sad note because that's not what this channel's for. But hold on. But yeah. Okay. Yeah. But that is everything we've went over. It's sad to see one of your favorite games over the last couple of years go like this. D2 deserved a much better ending, but we're getting, at least we can say we are getting a definitive ending. And there's so much here that they didn't talk about. They didn't talk about the story, they didn't talk a lot about Prismatic, they didn't talk about a lot of stuff. There's a lot of weapons that we don't know that are coming out. There's just a fuck ton of stuff that we don't know that's coming out that they want us to explore for ourselves. So please, if you're watching to this point of the video, or listening and still, take your time with this update. Enjoy every last bit of it. And even if it gets annoying at times, make sure to enjoy it, because this is the last live service update that we know of that is coming to this game. Make sure you enjoy it to its extent. I don't care if you're a content creator, if you're a casual player, if you're a raider, or if you're an endgame player. I don't care who you are. Make sure you enjoy this to every last bit of this update that they had to offer. So much, I'm pretty sure so much dev time went into this. We need to show up for all the devs that put in all the work that they did for this update to be even possible for us. I will personally be playing for the entire month. This entire month will be Destiny 2 streams. In hell, maybe even beyond this month, there will be Destiny 2 streams. There will be a lot of Destiny 2 videos will be very plentiful this month. Although I might shift my upload schedule to be 2 uploads a week just to compensate for this. But yeah. This has been a very, very, very long video. I don't think I will ever make a video longer than this one for the time being. And I don't think there will be a video longer than this channel. This is my tried and true love letter to Destiny 2. I don't know if anyone will even watch this fully through the end. This is a video that's probably gonna just be thrown on into the background, but I don't care. This is probably gonna be a low effort. This is gonna be a low effort video that's not barely edited, because every feeling in this, all the raw moments need to be kept into this moment, because it's important for me to share my love for this game with all of you guys. Regardless of that, the next time you will see me live reacting to something will be the Renegades, will be the Destiny 2 overview, or my Destiny 2 retrospective, which will be coming out on Monday. Outside of that, I will see you guys tomorrow for that little reaction video that I have planned, and then on Sunday for the shorts that I have planned, and then on Monday for the retrospective, and then I'll see you guys on Tuesday. I probably won't be uploading on Wednesdays, and then I'll see you guys after that. I'll see you guys on Thursday for the stream, and then Friday. But yeah, seriously, actually Wednesday we'll have my initial reactions if I can get it out, if I can edit that in time. If not, that'll be a Friday video. But seriously, I hope you guys have enjoyed this really long video. There probably will not be another video like this on my channel for a very long time. I do seriously hope you guys have enjoyed this video. This is a video that you guys wanted, as it was I made a poll. You'll probably see that in the very beginning of the video, that I said that like, oh yeah, if you want to see what would you like to see, Destiny 2 or something? Destiny 2 or like the Destiny 2 thing, TWAB overview, or like just the the dumb ninja build that I had planned for this, and people voted for it, and yeah. Anyways, that's all for me. I'll see you guys on June 9th. Yeah, I'll see you guys then. Later.